going to give you a quick demo of our CTN Network website, ctnnetwork.net. Join our community. It is free. You just type in ctnnetwork.net, and this is the homepage right here. And if you want to create an account, you would just click up here and create new account right here. Sign up with your email, or you can sign up with just clicking on Facebook or Google. So you can sign up with your Facebook account or your Gmail. So I'm already signed up, so I'm going to click in Gmail right here, and it's going to log me in. And as you can see, this is our homepage. Click on creators right here, and this shows you all the CTN family members that are content creators. Everybody is on here. If you want to go to one of their YouTube channels, for example, if you want to go to Crypto Talk Now, just click on channel, and it takes you right over to the YouTube channel for that particular creator. And you click on community. This is our community right here. We do have a forum, and this is a forum where you can post things, you can interact with one another. And there's also a blog right over here that we post our own content on. And if you click on CTN Studios, you can watch our live show and other content creators' live shows right through this CTN Studios. We do have advertisements for some of the content creators. There's the Crypto Smith, there's Waddy, the Crypto Hunter, and we also have live charts for the ISOs right in this box right here. We have a feature where you click on the heart if you want to donate to us. You can donate with Ethereum or Binance, BNB. And also, if you click on this button right here, we're going to have a call-in feature, which is already live. If you want to call us, just click on the green icon, the green phone icon, and click on call now. And during the show, between 9:15 and 10, when we announce it, when Max is on or when I'm on with Max, we will start accepting phone calls, and you guys can be live with the show. If you want to turn your video on, you can come on camera as well. So good stuff there. Now back onto the homepage. If you click on members, you can see all the people that are members here. All these people here, like Chaka just signed up, Gills33, Miguel. All these people here are members of our community. So you guys can sign up, and then you can chat with one another. So you can either click over here, message right here. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to welcome him. I'll send him a quick message, and then I can click enter or just a little arrow. If you want to message somebody else, you can click on message, or you can go right over here into members chat and go ahead and message them and create a new chat if you want by clicking this little button right here. Now also, if you scroll down here, you can see some of the past videos that our content creators in our content creator family have created. You can go in here and watch some of the recorded videos. They're scrolling down here. Just choose one to watch. And that's it, guys. Thank you for watching this brief demo. Make sure you sign up so you can interact and be part of the community when we are not on the live show. And we are live. Hey guys, welcome to the Max and Larry show. So grateful that you guys are here that joined us. I do have my gratitude rock that's back. Grateful especially to my brother Max here, who's done an amazing job covering a lot of crypto, and for many days, weeks, while I haven't been here. Just kind of wanted to say hello to everybody and tell people what was going on. But before I do that, Max, we're almost up on our 1-year anniversary for it's going to be actually April 18th. We've been streaming live every single day for almost a year, actually on April 18th. So it's been an amazing run, and I want to thank you for all you've done. And how are you doing this evening?
Well, I was doing pretty good, but now that you're here, man, I'm doing great.
Okay, great. I'm glad to be back here. I'm just going to stay on for a few minutes. I'll tell everybody what's been going on with my health. But before we do that, I'll say hello to the people in the comments. We got Joyce is here. Thank you so much for being here. We'll come back and read the comments. First, we'll just say hello to everybody. Stargazer is here. Thank you for being here. And Brittany, of course, is here. Thank you. Stardog is in the house. Edward Vincent is here. Thank you for being here. Coochie Boy, of course. All you guys are OGs of OGs. Tim Shea is here. And let's just see who else. I want to make sure that we recognize everybody. Boomer F and Sooners here. I know he always hits the like button. And if all you guys would hit the like button. Here's somebody that I haven't seen before, but I'm sure Max has. Dingy is here. Thank you for being here. And let's see. I'm just scanning. I'm scrolling. Keep Larry scrolling. Looking down here. Cowboy Calvin is here, even though he's not a Cowboys fan. Neither am I. Michael Montclair is here. And let's see here. Who else is here? I'm still scrolling. There's been a lot of comments. There's a lot of people here. 29 people here. I saw 30 people here during the intro. XXI Gaming is here. Sorry. Thank you for being here. NFT Schiller is here. Blackwood is in the house. Crypto Homes 777 is here. And Elon Muff is here. I saw that username the other day. That's a funny one. Elon Muff. Brian Dowling
right?
is here. And
Larry, do you know who that is?
What'd you say, Max? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Do you know who Mr. Elon Muff is?
Is it Michael Cornwell?
You got it.
I figured it would be someone.
Congratulations, Larry. You won absolutely nothing.
He always changes his username to something funny. So he's here. Big Watch Dude is in the house. So yeah, so I'll just I don't want to get too dramatic or anything, but I'll just kind of tell people what's been going on. So right now I got pain in my eyes, and I had optic neuritis 10 years ago, and something's coming back, but it's like moving to both eyes. I had a brain scan, CT scan, MRI, whatever, 10 years ago, all that stuff, and there was like some lesions in my brain. So I'm having a little bit of cognitive issues, memory issues a little bit. But most concerning has just like been the pain in the eyes. And so I've been trying to limit my screen time. And I had an eye appointment. So they looked behind the eye, and they saw like the nerve damage in the one side. But I don't know why I have pain in both eyes. And then I'm having some like fine motor skill issues and stuff like that. So years ago, they said it was a precursor to MS, but I don't really know, so I've been dropping some things. I'm able to play basketball, but I've been told that those are whatever, big motor skills. So I'm just I have an ophthalmology appointment May 5th and then neurology on the 22nd. So I'm just kind of waiting on those. So it's kind of been, a little creating some anxiety for me, but I'm glad to be here and say hello to everybody. And I was looking forward to doing a lot of the editing, but I kind of had to stop that. Ahmed is here. Thank you for being here. And Mentalek is here. Hello, is it me you're looking for? Lionel Richie.
Yes.
And
yes, he said it. Yes.
Finally said it. Me, Myself, and I is here. There was a group called Me, Myself, and I, wasn't there, Max?
Yeah, De La Soul. The song.
De La Soul. Okay, yeah, they had that song, Me, Myself, and I. So I just wanted to again thank you, Max, for all you've been doing. And I know you did that power. Man. Yeah, you did that power move with Filecoin. Mm-hmm. What's your latest idea now? You were telling me the other day.
So I got back into Filecoin, and then my thing is I'm going to squeeze it out because I'm not in really any rush to do that. And then after that, I've been paying close attention to BTC Pay. And what I'm looking to do is I'm going to put the same amount I put into Filecoin into BTC Pay, depending, of course, on what price BTC Pay is at. And, with us going up to like 31K, touching it, I think that we could get new support, and it's going to be awesome. But forget all about that, man. Freaking Larry, guys, smash that like. Larry is on the freaking show. How cool is that, man? Right? I missed you, brother. We all missed you, man. Are you kidding me? I give you a big virtual hug, man. No homo, as you would say. No homo, but, broskies. Just like Tim Shea and freaking Brian Dowie. They're Metaverse CTN broskies. You're my broski, man.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we are brothers. And I just decided like 7 minutes before the show that I wanted to come on. I was just like, it's been long enough. I miss everybody here in the CTN family. Tommy Klim Sirac is here. And River, of course, is here. Thank you for being here. Who else is here? Selmo Fudd is in the house. Thank you for being here, Selmo Fudd. And me and Larry are wearing the same color. I've been told it's blurple. I'm not sure. It's
Blurple?
like
I never heard that before. Huh.
Yeah, like a cross between blue and purple. But if you look at it in real life, it looks a little more purple. And JC the man is here, man. He gets a lot more views than I do.
Yeah, congratulations to JC the man. He's got I think 108 or 110 subs now. He hit a milestone.
Wow, cool.
Yeah.
Didn't he on one of his shorts get like 6,000 views or something like that?
Yeah. How cool is that?
That is really cool stuff. Starting at a young age. What is he, like 10, 11 years old? Something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
I don't know if I said hello to Magic Power, like Magic Johnson, but Magic Power is here. But yeah, I don't want to really take away the rhythm of the show, Max. But what's
Nah, I think everybody understands, man. I think people are just excited to see you here, man, for real.
Well, thank you. What's new in the crypto world? You know, what's the latest and greatest? I know XRP's been doing good. What's the let me ask you this. What's the switch with the on-demand liquidity? Has it been, it hasn't been switched on yet, has it? But are we getting closer? What's your thoughts on that?
So the messaging system for, ISO 222 went live on, March 20th. And, we were explaining to people that it's kind of like having a supercomputer that's not, you haven't used the utility yet. Or my other analogy, the Olympic-sized swimming pools where maybe you have some of those faucets kind of turned on, but, the shallow end has, like, instead of just like getting a little thing of mist hitting your cheek, now your toes are a little bit wet, if you will. What we need is to have these pools completely filled with that liquidity. You know what I'm saying? The on-demand liquidity. And we're going to get there. It's just at this implementation period of now till, let's face it, November 2025. So, there's still money to be made in 2023. But of course, people, are looking forward to the all-time highs for, whether it's 2024, 2025, and so on. So, but I still feel as though, we're in an accumulation period. I do not want to accumulate in a markup period because, for one, that's how you get wrecked. And two, why accumulate during that time?
Guys, if you would hit the like button. So I'll let you take it away, Max. I'll stay on for a little while longer. And then I'm just going to kind of just, the light kind of bothers my eyes. So I'm just going to keep, just chill out a little bit here at home. But what's the latest and greatest, or what's on the agenda for the news today? If you just want to jump into it, like I said, I don't want to wreck the fabric because I know you've had these. Man, you've been having some marathon shows, 3, 4 hour, 5 hour shows.
Hey, where's he at? Stardog? He's the one that called it WrestleMania, man.
Yeah. So let me classify it as this, and you tell me if I'm wrong. Are you staying on this long because you're just so excited? Your portfolio is doing good. You're excited about crypto. Is that what it is? The excitement that keeps you going for these long shows? Is that what it's? What
yeah, that and it's like if I do a long show at the same time, it helps me chop things up and do videos and whatnot. But the thing is, how should I say? It's like I haven't done any videos for like 5 or 6 days because, I don't know if you heard about, my AC went out. So I just got a brand new AC. Yeah, just brand new AC came in yesterday. So I'm gonna be able to do new videos again. But yeah, that's where it's at. And I'm excited about. I think a lot of people are excited about what's coming up. We have, as the saying goes, we have a very loyal, dedicated, but intelligent audience. Who, some of you guys probably know a lot more about crypto than the next guy, right? So, it's the key thing is you could feel you have a taste for what's to come, and that's what excites people. It's like there's never going to be any other time in history quite like the time of now of accumulating some of these, especially at bottom. I mean, we talk about Jasmine a lot. Man, Jasmine is up over 60% or something like that for the month. We're now in the 0.007s. XDC did really well on the ISO 222 launch. Everybody thought it was going to be XRP, XOM. There's a lot of stuff going on, man. It's a real exciting time.
I told well, people don't know this, but I told you for months that I thought you were going to be a star when it comes to crypto content creation. You're a rising star right now. Today, I missed a show. I know you said a while back that you were going to be on Space Chick's show, Space Chick Crypto, right? So,
Yeah, she had a big show.
yeah.
We both agree that we thought it was like a glitch or something. I mean,
Oh,
that's happened to us as well. But for the most part, I don't know. I mean, there's that area in between where she probably did have like a lot of people at one point. A big bunch of Volt people came in there. She got super chats like crazy. We covered quant and some other things before all that happened. We even got some more subscribers, so it was really cool. It was really nice being on her stream.
cool.
She's a
Cool.
very passionate person who's into crypto. You can see that she's genuine. I think people really enjoy her content as well. So it's really nice to be able to network with somebody like that.
Yeah, she's a really nice lady, a very positive person, big member of the Volt community. I know she had asked me to come on, and I'm just kind of laying back right now and waiting for answers on my health. But at some point, I'll probably make the rounds and go on some other channels. But I'm glad that you had that opportunity, and you just amaze me. I think that people really they look at you for Jasmy, they look at you for Quant and the ISOs, and I think that you're really making a lot of noise here. And I know we have like 11,000 and change, almost 12,000, but you bring a lot of value that some of these guys that have 100, 200,000 subscribers bring. So I'm really proud of you. I don't know how else to say it. I guess you're my younger brother, but you're really doing. Oh, look at this! Mock 'em, talk 'em is here. Make 'em, take 'em is here.
Yeah, I saw him earlier at Space Chicks, and I said, "Man, I miss you, and I hope to see more of you. I haven't seen him in a while." So, but
So
as far as the whole star thing, I don't let that go to my head, man. I mean, man, we're not even we are not to that point yet where it's like 100,000 subscribers, and even then, I wouldn't let that stuff go to my head. At the end of the day, I'm just another guy, but I love to talk about crypto. I don't let that stuff go to my head. So.
Well, you're the crypto professor. I mean, you come with a lot of crypto knowledge because you do the research, you put the time in. I think that's what people appreciate the most, and your enthusiasm and your wanting to stay on. So just keep doing what you're doing, but just take it away. If you want to jump into the news, the comments are rolling in, guys. If you would hit the like button, appreciate
Yeah, if
that.
anything,
And,
guys, if you never smashed a like before, especially if you're new, at least smash it for Larry. And we definitely miss you, man. And hope to have more of you. I don't know if I mentioned this to you, so like I announced it to everybody here. There might be some people who didn't see the announcement, so I'll state this. We have a NBA playoff, Phoenix Sun NBA playoff schedule. So
cool.
basically, tomorrow I won't be doing no WrestleMania. Sorry, Stardog, and anybody else to disappoint. So in reality, we'll be focused on one particular topic. So whether it's XRP, something like that. Like I'll find out. You guys are always welcome to tag me. So if it doesn't get covered on that specific day, it'll get covered like the next day. But we'll focus kind of like what we do with Utility Talk now. There'll be an area of focus. That way we can get through the comments. We can have talk about the topic, but it probably won't be more than about an hour because it's game one and the Suns. It would be different like if the Suns were like ranked second and they're playing number 17. I probably would have been like, all right, I could probably sit out of the first round of the playoffs. They're ranked number 4. That means they play number 5. That's a very close matchup. So go Suns. Sorry if you're rooting for the Clippers. I mean, I like some of those players, right? But when it comes to those games, guys, like I gotta watch the game. I'm that type of guy who wants to just watch the highlights. So, the game starts at 8 Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. So what I'll do is I'll watch like part of that before the show. I'll have to prep long before the show to make sure everything's ready, and then we'll do basically about an hour. And then obviously that's gonna be the same time as the game will be during the time of the show, and I'll have to finish watching I guess you could say the last quarter or whatever. But it's one of those things. So
I definitely have to come on the 18th, even if it's just for a few minutes, because that's our 1-year anniversary
cool,
of
man.
going live. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that show there. Another milestone. But yeah, it's so you think the Suns is your team pretty much, right?
It's my number 2 team. My number 1 team is the Portland Trailblazers. My mom was a huge Phoenix Suns fan, big time. So yeah, I'm watching it with her in spirit.
Well, good. Yeah. And how's your dad doing these days?
He's just you know, plugging along. You got to report that his legs are 100% healed, but he has, unfortunately, since his 70s, he's had type 2 diabetes. He's never had that before, and so as a result, he gets lymphedema, which swells up his legs. So we had to stay on top of that so he doesn't get cellulitis again.
Marvin Davis, I'm sorry to hear that about your glaucoma, and thank you so much for your best wishes and welcome, Marvin Davis. And I do have to back up and read this. Brian Dowie has some funny ones. I saw him say something about Saitama, and now he's saying, "Bull run, Max. Watch out. You will skip my comments, even when I say Vaseline." I'm not sure what the
what it is. If you turn around and you point to that couch of yours.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So could you clarify for everybody once and for all, is that a leather couch or is that vinyl?
Well, since it's fake, I'll have to say vinyl.
All right. So
Yeah.
while you're gone, you know, these guys were having a lot of DGen talk, and I was just like, you know what, forget it. Might as well, you know, if you can't beat them, join them, right?
Right.
I was like, forget it, man. You know, let's just, you know, like Mononoke, you know, taking a big old dump on the community, right? So I was like, we're just gonna pour a whole bunch of Vaseline in between those cushions, and we're gonna completely the whole industry with Vaseline. Not horrible. That's horrible, eh? And then we're referencing Dave Chappelle, like, you know, yo, couch, buy another one. You know what I mean? I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah,
you know.
I remember Chappelle show, yeah, with the couch.
Yeah.
Jay Cryptic, welcome. He says, since Jasmine started to pump, many YouTubers are now Jasmine experts, unlike this channel and a few other channels. Yeah, Max has been
I noticed that
Jasmine before it was pumping.
Yeah, thank you. I noticed that, you know, some top influencers, I mean, nothing against these guys. Like, I saw your pop was trying to get into the whole thing of, I guess, promoting Jasmine. So I'm like, well, you know what? It's not a jealousy thing. The way I look at it, guys, let's be honest. That's awesome. You want some of the top influencers talking about some of this. Why? It's a positive thing for Jasmine. We need more adoption. So the way I look at it, let them talk all about it, all they want. And, you know, we know what you hold. We know why we hold it, as the saying goes. We've done the research. So that's just going to help. You want those things. You know what I mean? If they were excited about Shiba Inu, think about this. Like your pop, he's one of the top dogs when it comes to Shiba Inu influence. So if he's going to start talking about Jasmine, that's a win.
That's good for us, right?
Yeah.
And you said that Mononoke Inu was up 321%.
Yeah, a few days ago. I was like, the only people who did well in that are some dorks who decided what the hell, just going to throw money at that.
So that means if I was able to pay with Mononoke Inu, instead of just getting a cheeseburger, I would be able to get half of a small fry as well. Or maybe like a cup of water to go with the cheeseburger.
Like my Mononoke Inu was like it went from like $1 to being worth like $8 or something. So stupid.
Wow. And probably $13 in gas fees just to sell it.
I guess you could say that.
Yeah. Oh man. So but yeah, whatever however you want to get into the news, I'll stay for the news segment and then I'll just say goodbye to everybody. So
yeah, no problem. I think we reread this, right? Vaseline. Yeah, that's funny.
We're missing it.
I sleep on that couch. You guys are funny. I just didn't want to interrupt Larry earlier when he was like going through the comments and so on. But thank you guys so much for being here. You really welcome a lot of you guys. This guy's a great guy. And I also saw, for instance, XXI and a lot of you guys. Ahmed, man. So he had like this interview with Denell Dixon on Bloomberg. And it's just, this community is great. Like people will say, hey, do you see this? No, I didn't see this. All right, check this out. Boom, here it comes. And it's just, we do a lot of community-driven news, and it's just really, really cool. But yeah, I saw a lot of you guys like XXI Gaming, obviously Brian Dowie, a lot of you guys. Tim Shea says, my Nixera and Jasmine both looking good lately. Absolutely. I mean, I'm in the profits now in Jasmine. I think I'm like something like $200 up or something like that now, which is no big deal. I'm not going to like swing trade my Jasmine for crying out loud, but yeah.
Your goal now is, you were saying the other day, to get 1 million in Jasmine at some point?
Yeah, I would like to get 1 million Jasmine at some point. That's just me. Like, you know, I do understand where Brian Dowie's coming from. It's like, it's not a pissing contest. I agree with that. Yeah. Brittany says, Lat was a nice show. Yeah, it was. Speaking of XXI, he says, Max, I see us in the complacency stage on the Wall Street cheat sheet chart.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I know he's talking about that cycle. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I think that's what she was referring to. Make them take them. Yeah, awesome that you're here, man. He says Larry Max was happening. All right, so let me go further down to the comments and see if we can catch up on things. Magic Power says Max deep dives with passion, slow jam tunes and body action. No, I'm kidding. All right, that's a song from Method Man, by the way, called Slow Jams. Not Slow Jams. What's it called? Yeah, it's anyway. All right, Sweet Love
We
is what
can't
it's
play
called.
any of those Tupac
Can't.
Shakur. We can't play any Tupac videos because the AIs they watch
Gonna hit us.
everything, you know?
Yeah, it's crazy. Selma Flo's in the house. Chris Paul will finally get a ring. Thank you for that, man. I hope so. Be really, really cool. Suns are loaded. Yeah, they just gotta stay healthy though. I think it'll be fine. This is a great comment. Maybe you already read that.
Yes, I read that one. Yeah, thank you for your
Okay.
best wishes. Sorry you have glaucoma. My mother has glaucoma as well.
Yeah.
So sorry to hear that. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say what's up to Big Watch Dude, obviously Brian Dowie, all you guys, Tim Shea, Michael Montclair. If I skipped your name, it was on purpose. Andre DeFi, Tommy, again, welcome back. Star Glazer, all you guys. Good crowd we have here. Din G, Boomer F and Sooner. I'm sorry, did I say Boomer F and Sooner? What I meant to say was Boomer F and Sooner is in the house. All right.
That's how I used to say it before, yeah.
Yeah. My dad would get mad sometimes to get woke up. Hey, Boomer F and Sooner. Yeah.
Why are you yelling? Only Larry can do that.
Right?
Like,
Tupac is my goat. Right on. Annie Rock, welcome back. All right, let's jump into some crypto news. Obviously, we got to welcome Larry back and so on. I'm glad that we took a moment to do that. I'll read this comment real quick, and it's from Andre DeFi. It says, "Hey Max, how's it, bruh? Sold that cult coin. Oh yeah, you're the one talking about the bad juju. I remember this now. Sold that cult coin. So no more bad juju. Definitely gone. Bought into Quant Cast for an LCXC. Hopefully, you didn't take like a big loss, man. I just don't want to see people take a loss, But okay, cool stuff, man. Very cool. Thanks for that. Here we go. Here we go. Brian Dowie. Max takes deep dives. Are up there with Caroline's deep dives. Wow.
Caroline.
All right, that's something else. Caroline loves the deep dives. My God.
I'm sure she does. Yeah.
Yeah. Well. All right, so let's jump into what we have on the particular lineup tonight. And if anything, I'm going to share this starting off first. Believe it or not, it's with HBAR. So we have some, and Larry, this is something I do every now and then. So hold on a second. Let me remove myself.
Oh, we're like a real news station now. Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's something I've been doing for a while. So, yes, we have some breaking news to report in regards to just that, HBAR. So, with that said, let me go ahead and present this in a way you can see it. Here we go. Breaking news from HBAR Jerry. HBAR has just crossed the 7 billion transaction mark, cementing its position as the most widely used network in the world. Look at that. Look at this, guys. I'm rewind it. How cool is that? Not too shabby. That's a big milestone. Thought I would share it. And yeah, pretty cool stuff. All right, that's just a brief update from Hedera. We obviously have some other coverage we're going to get into. We're going to jump into that right now. And XDC basically gets the headlines for today. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Shout out to Salamander, the XDC commander. Check this out. So it says WTO, Citigroup, and Trade Finance Global recognized ZinFin XDC network. Is that not bullish enough news for you guys? What are they talking about? Is this some of the taste of institutional money jumping into the likes of XDC? Well, let's find out. So I saw this earlier and I reviewed it and I thought, man, this is worth sharing with our community. Let's jump into this just for a brief bit. Shout out to yourself, everybody else who's holding XDC, like Salamander, the XDC commander, right? So it says ICC, WTO, Citigroup, and Trade Finance Global recognize Zenfin XDC Network's potential in trade finance. How cool is that? All right, let's jump down. It says Zenfin XDC Network Singapore COO predicts global blockchain adoption due to the legal acceptance of digital trade documents. The XDC Network team says it's set to bridge the 19 trillion, guys, trade finance asset class through tokenization. Remember all that time people were complaining about XDC? Oh, it's not doing nothing. Oh, it's just sitting there at 2.5 cents, right? And I'm just sick and tired of this. Not understanding that consolidation strengthens the asset. You name it, man. It just really, really does that. So check this out. Sunil Sapati, the CEO at Zenfin's XDC network, predicts a significant rise in blockchain adoption in trade finance due to the legal acceptance of digital trade documents, such as the Electronic Trade Documents Bill. We did a deep dive in regards to this roughly about a month and a half ago. Go into the recorded video section, see it for yourself. It is absolutely big. This was recently, of course, introduced in the UK Parliament. Again, a big, big deal. Sonati expressed this sentiment in an interview at the Citigroup's 10th Digital Money Symposium 2023, arguing that, listen to this quote, around 80% of world trade is based on English law. He forecasted that the percentage of global trade flows involving digitized processes and blockchain technology will, listen to this, guys, reach 2 digits by 2025. You hold XDC, this is incredibly bullish news. Again, shout out to every single one of you guys who recognized this long before everybody else did and understood that XDC was building in 2022 during that bear market, and they are continuing to build and they're continuing to expand. Let's go into a little bit more in regards to this. By 2030 and beyond, we will likely see greater adoption with interoperability, taking the digitized flows to higher percentages. Wider adoption will require simpler applications, low or no cost to use the basic functionalities, and new liquidity providers to support the trades. On top of that, in 2021, the XDC network, created by, of course, Zenfin, was selected as the first, did you know this, blockchain company to join the Global Trade Finance Distribution Initiative, a consortium of trade originators, credit issuers, and institutional funders on a mission to boost automation and transparency in trade asset and risk distribution. There's, of course, a little bit more in regards to the 19 million in trade finance, but we're going to jump down to this particular area here where it says, notably, the ICC, which is the International Chamber of Commerce, Trade Finance, and Global and World Trade Organization white paper periodic table mentioned, listen to this, guys, this is bullish in itself, the XDC Network Trade Finance Platform. Trade Finance specializes in the deployment of tokenized assets on public and private blockchain networks via regulatory-friendly instruments to resolve electronic bills of lading issues. Also in November 2020, the World Trade Organization introduced Trade Finance and XDC in their book, which was referred to Blockchain and DLT in Trade. Where do we stand? There's a lot more into this particular article from investing.com. I saw it. It was recent. Wanted to share it with you guys. Man, is it an exciting time to hold XDC in this particular, what I would refer to as the accumulation phase.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, it is.
A little off topic, but have you heard of the Woo network? It's pumping right now. Woo, WOO network. It's
no, I haven't heard of it.
89.
Yeah, I saw it. It had some pumps. I just saw it. I'm not aware of it. I haven't done a deep dive about it. When I think of Woo, I think of like, basically Wu-Tang. Anyway.
It's just weird how sometimes, like, I'm looking at the top 100 on crypto bubbles, I'll see something pumping that I don't recognize, and I'll go into it. I'm like, man, I've never heard of the Woo network, and all of a sudden, it's ranked number 89. It's up 11% today. It's just kind of funny. But yeah, XDC, you're still bullish on that. It looks like we've got somebody here, Josh. is here. Welcome to Josh. And then also thoughts on the pay now system. That's supposed to be, I think I sent you something like a while back, a week or two ago, but that's going to maybe like push out some things like Cash App and PayPal and the Fed Now system and everything. Have you heard anything recent on that?
So you're talking about WTK WASPay?
The Fed Now system, is that the same as the
Oh
WASPay?
no, that's totally different. Yeah, so that system's supposed to go live, I think, in July, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
And of course, for a lot of people who were holding Cypherum at the time, they're thinking that this is the one that's going to get it done, and it got removed from the showcase. And anyway, what was that about Wu-Tang? Oh, let me see that. That was
There's a
from
bunch of people coming in now. Yeah.
Olamide. I came to bring the pain. Oh yeah, Wu-Tang. Yeah. That's cool stuff. John Francis, welcome. He says, "Hey Max and Larry, do you hold XLM, Larry? I know Max. I'm gonna die." Oh,
You meant
does?
to say I know Max does. Yeah, that's scary. Yeah, that's scary. I know Max dies. Okay.
That's all right.
I know Max does. Yes, I do hold XLM. I'm bullish on XLM. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that was the first ISO you ever owned, right?
Yeah.
Same here. That was the first one I ever owned too. Yeah, cool stuff. Yep, he holds it. It's kind of funny.
That's funny how you get typos that are kind of gloomy like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Romeo must die. No. Olamide Adams, it came to bring the pain. Hardcore to the brain as a step aside my astral plane. I remember all those songs, man. I know Selma Fudd. If you're listening, man, I know you know probably all these songs by heart, my friend. Probably Brian Dowie probably also knows
all
them by
the
heart.
lyrics. Yeah.
Yep. Wu-Tang Enter the 36 Chambers, one of the greatest albums of all time. Me and my friend, we used to have some jokes. My friend, he used to work at a Chinese restaurant, right? He speaks Mandarin. He also speaks Cantonese, and he's the one got me started. So like a long time ago, this is in Portland, right? Because Portland has like a small Chinatown. And so I would go visit him at this restaurant called Hung Farlow's. And I would go there and he'd be like, "Hey, what's up, man?" And I'm like, "Yeah, yeah." And he's like, "You want some of that chop suey?" I'm like, "No, I want some like chow mein." He's like, "Nah." He's like, "It's like this." He's like, "If you got shrimp, then bring the bucket. Chow mein clan ain't nothing." No. Wait. I'm like, wow, I never thought about it that way. Anyway.
Oh, man.
Boomer Alpha Sooner says, "I think the Nature Boy." Oh yeah, Ric Flair. When I hear,
I was thinking about Ric Flair with the Woo Network. Yeah, he would be a great spokesman for them.
Yeah, like Coochie by God Boy. Whoa, wow, that's something. But yeah, welcome, John Francis. Glad to have you here. Din G says, "So all our coins going to the moon, we'll be billionaires." Here's the thing, right? What ones have we researched? Well, all these ones that we're into, some people might think it's a joke, like, "Oh, there's no way all of them are going to go to the moon." But in reality, we've researched some real solid ones that are part of our portfolio. It'd be different if it was like this, Dingy. All right. Welcome to Meme Talk Now. I am the fellow co-host along with Larry. Let me tell you about some solid use case for Mononoke Inu. When you see a sumo who's ready to take an epic dump on the community with no utility, it just absolutely excites you to the degree where you just want to share it with the world. Mononoke Inu, the best thing since sliced bread. Back to you, Larry.
I tell you what, if Mononoke Inu makes people millionaires, I mean, I'm just gonna, I don't know what.
You're gonna crap pancakes for 2 weeks straight.
Pretty much. I'll probably won't put the white couch on anymore if Mononoke Inu like goes to $1 or something like that. I'll take the white couch off.
Oh, jeez.
I'll put like the Mononoke Inu. What was that one from Street Fighter? He looks like the one from Street Fighter there. Was it Street Fighter?
Oh, E Honda.
E Honda, yeah.
He looks like E Honda taking a
I'll put that as the background.
Oh, jeez. John Francis says he's older than us. Go ahead.
Well, that makes me feel younger. But I'm going to say goodbye to everybody. I'm going to kind of rest my eyes a little bit. I just want to thank everybody in the CTN family, and especially salute to my brother Max here for doing an amazing job. The marathon shows that he's been doing, and the enthusiasm and bringing all the knowledge. So thank you for that. And I'll pop on again, and definitely I'll be on the 18th, no matter what, because that's our 1 year going live anniversary. So thank you again, and have a great rest of your show, Max.
Thanks, Larry. It's great having you back on, man.
All right. Well, take care. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. I guess well soon, brother.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, Mr. John Francis. Man, if you're older than us, then you must be pretty old, but there's nothing wrong with that. I don't know if you're old as my dad, though. My dad's 88. So, anyway. Stardog says XDC to the moon and back. I'm an old classic rock R&B guy. A little known fact about like really old school rock. So, my dad got to see Bill Haley in the comments. Sorry. Their first live performance ever, which I believe was in Reno, Nevada, at a casino there. He said it was quite the experience. So I think this was like back in like 1953 or something like that, long before they blew up in like 55 and so on. But of course, they played rock around the clock. He said it was like he'll never forget that as long as he lives. But yeah, cool, man. Glad to see that you're an old classic rock and R&B guy. Right on, man. Larry, sell that Saitama for some XDC. You know me. Rudy Poo. Welcome, Mr. Rudy Poo. I'm mad. It's supposed to be droopy. Anyway, I don't know why. Every time I see the word poo, I'm thinking like, and you got the dog. So, I mean, I know you don't have a basset hound, but still. Anyway, make them take them. Thank you again for being here, man. Nice to see an old familiar face. John Francis says, but likes some old school pop too. LA Reid, Babyface. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. Hung what now? It's called Hung Farlows. I know where you're going with that, Mr. Brian Dowie. And as you would always do to me on Twitter, boom, dab right back at you, Brian Dowie. I know where you're going with that. You're going to go with that 100%. You're like, oh, more fire for my degen talk. First was Vaseline, and now it's Hung Farlows. But that's a real place, and they're still in business in Chinatown, Portland, Oregon. They're called Hung Farlows, and they literally been around since, I don't know, at least like maybe the 1920s, 30s, 40s, something like that. Been around a long time. All right, let's go further down in the comments. I want to welcome Mr. Michael Montclair is in the house. Olamide says, I missed out on Jasmine. Is waiting for it to go under 6. It's okay. And you never know. Things could happen, but always pay attention to your watch list. That's the whole point of having one. Is Larry's situation reversible? I don't know about that. I should ask him that. I can always catch up and ask him that later. It's still not too late for Jasmine. I mean, look at it this way, right? Just because you didn't get rock bottom at like Mr. Michael Montclair. Gosh dang it. Ever since Michael Cornwell changed his name to Elon Muff, then we have Michael Montclair next in the comment right here. It's like, oh, where's everybody at? Anyway, yes, Michael Cornwell, I believe, hit it like 0.0029, something like that. So I mean, literally at bottom. We all wish we got bottom. On my second bag, I came in at like 0.005 something. Do I wish I could have gotten the 4s and the 3s? Yeah, absolutely. But there was other assets that I looked to acquire at those particular times. So like the example I gave everybody yesterday about crypto tunnel vision, don't get crypto tunnel vision, but it's all right. It's part of the journey. All right. All right, let's go further down. Stargazer says, not too late for Jasmine. Yep, good stuff. I'm glad everybody's saying hello and goodbye to Larry. But it's not really goodbye. It's see you later, right? Yeah, see you later. Crypto Home says, Jasmine, we did deflationary in quarter 4, 2023. Yep, we did a video about that. And looking forward to that. Big Watch Dude who's in the house. He says, Max, I believe that was a Method Man joint, but still part of the Wu family. Yeah, absolutely. Whether I was referencing Sweet Love earlier off his second album of Tikal 2000 Judgment Day, or if it was Method Man's first album from Bring the Pain, his solo album and so on, from Tikal, the first album. Back to you, Larry. For once, he was still there. That is true. That is true. That is cool stuff. You guys are saying goodbye to Larry. Somo Flood says, been looking at GBEX lately. Ah, cool stuff, man. Right on, Somo. Mr. Boomer half it sooner. And just like that, Max is an hour behind in the chat. Yes. Yes. I don't know. Hold on. Let me see. 6:55. No, I'm about 5 minutes. That's not too bad. I'm getting there. I'm going to rush through it. Mr. Malcolm Talkum. The thing is, we research the projects, we discuss them, and then we buy. Extremely bullish. The hard part is taking profits and moving those profits to our checking account. Anyway, I'm going to start doing those. All right. Brian Dowie says goodbye to Larry, and I'll read a couple more. I don't know. I'm pretty old also. That's all right. If anything, you lived in a great era, John Francis is cool. Max, Repu. I saw the first Kiss concert in Chicago. Ooh, man, that must have been fun. Awesome. Very cool stuff. I like some of their songs as well. A lot of people think I'm just 100% hip hop. I'm a fan of all genres of music. There is good and bad in all music. There's a lot of crap in rap too. You know what I mean? Like some of that mumbled garbage. No, thank you. I will take true lyricism from the likes of like Nas, AZ, obviously members of Wu-Tang Clan. I mean, how about this? A guy who I feel as though gets a lot of criticism, but he was a great rapper and he was clear and you could understand all of his lyrics. Guru of Gangstar. If you ever listen to Gangstar, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. All right. Stargazer says, well, I'm glad I'm old enough to know what I'm doing and young enough to do it. There you go. That's a good way of looking at it. Andre DeFi says, GBEX will pump when bills run. Were you a math teacher? I didn't enjoy it, but I'll do it if needed. Mainly did it for subbing, but just wasn't a big fan of it and so on. So it's not something I'm passionate about. But I had some fellow teacher friends who needed me to like do long-term subbing for them. And so I did that. So it is what it is, but I don't like teaching math. I'll just say that much. I much rather teach social studies, history, political science, business, things like that. So Coochie Boy says, Boomer, everyone don't remember the Milkman and the Iceman. All right, those were the days. All right, Coochie Boy, Cream from Wu-Tang. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's see here. Where are we at? Emmanuel Yuangua. Welcome back, Emmanuel. Good evening, CTN family. Omide under a cent is still very cheap for Jasmine. That's one great way of looking at it. You're just not going to be able to load up as much. But, I mean, what about the guy who came in at roughly $4.50, who still recognized Jasmine as an opportunity? I'm going to read this comment and one more from Stardog. And he says, and 2 cents and 3 cent Jasmine going to $3 next bull market. Thank you for that, Stardog. Crypto Channel, welcome back. He says, nothing much, just enjoying the Jasmine pump. Cool stuff, man. All right, let's jump into some other ones we have on tonight's lineup. Thank you so much for being here. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. And let me just double check the other screen, making sure that everything is caught up and that we're doing okay. And let me see. I think we're doing pretty well. See River, Blackwood, all you guys are in the house. Again, I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Let's jump back into our news lineup. And let's just use Crypto Channel as a bookmark. So give you guys some of the breaking news in regards to, an XDC. That was big. I mean, we always talking about, getting that regulatory clarity. I mean, for we get institutional money coming in, and you have that whole mention of Citigroup and trade finance and all. It's just like, man, nice. That's why that was at the beginning of our lineup. Now, I got some news from Mr. Michael Cornwell in regards to this whole thing about BRICS. And this is a site. Look at this for a second. So let me show you this. And if anything, let's just get into this for just a brief moment. We're not going to take that much of a deep dive, but this is an actual real site. This is infobrics.org. And of course, I'm not promoting BRICS for crying out loud, but there's some alarming things that are posted here. Okay. So this one in particular, posted on Friday, April 14th, yesterday, right? Dumping the dollar. Will a new BRICS currency replace the U.S. Currency for trade? We're going to click on that. We're going to, review this for just a brief moment. Crazy stuff to see this, right? So I'm going to blow this up a little bit more and make it easier for you guys to, see it, right? Let me see. But let me see if we just make it right here. Yeah. I think that's probably good. It says, just like you see, guys, I mean, it's crazy stuff, right? So the US dollar has been the official currency for international trade for years now. I mean, we're talking decades. However, in recent times, there's been talk of creating a new currency in an attempt to dump the dollar and push back against American hegemony. I'm not pronouncing that right. Sorry. This is de-dollarization has received a boost in recent times, especially after the Russia-Ukraine war began last February. Not as in this year, right? Like literally over a year now. It's crazy to think of that. That's like a year and 2 months, give or take. And last week, this movement received further impetus when Alexander Babakov, the deputy chairman of the State Duma, was quoted as saying that the BRICS nations are in the process of creating new medium for payments established on a strategy that, quote, does not defend the dollar or euro. Is the BRICS nations actually creating a new currency for trade? That's something we should pay attention to, right? Big time. Who's at the forefront of this movement? Like some people say, is it Xi Jinping? Is it Vladimir Putin? Is it a collection of some of these leaders from these countries, or are they just puppets? And there's a sinister group behind the scenes, and they're like puppet masters. Draw your own conclusion here, right? So who will benefit from it the most? Will it be India? Could it be some other countries? Will the plan actually see? Will it pan out? Basically, are there several? There are several questions to this, right? But here's the thing. It says dethroning the king of currency. It says, as we know, the US dollar has been called the king of currency. It became the official reserve currency of the world in 1944. The decision was made by a delegation from 44 allied countries called the Bretton Woods Agreement. Some of you guys know your history about this. So since then, the dollar has enjoyed a powerful status in the world. It was given, it has given the U.S. Disproportionate amount of influence over the economies. It says, in fact, the U.S. has for long used imposition of sanctions as a tool to achieve foreign policy goals. You got to keep in mind, you're going to get the narrative strictly from their point of view. Whether you're part of that point of view or not, don't shoot the messenger here. I'm just trying to bring this to your attention that this site exists, and this is the agenda that they're trying to get across in regards to being pro-BRICS. So it says, however, not everybody likes playing by U.S. rules, and countries like Russia and China would like to call a halt to dollar. I got to learn how to pronounce that right. I do. I apologize to you guys for that. Just like anything, I don't know every pronunciation and everything. Anyway, this process is called I can't talk tonight. Dollarization, excuse me, and it refers to the reducing the dollar's dominance. Okay, it is the process of substituting the U.S. dollar as the currency used for trading oil and other commodities. I don't want to get into all this because it's really, really long, but the key thing here, guys, is that this exists. They're talking all about all this stuff, and it's just that, recognizing that these countries are pretty excited about the dollar losing its dominance. When you see that particular video clip where it shows Vladimir Putin, and he's literally like giving like a not like just a handshake, but like literally like, hey, what up, bro? That type of slap, you know what I mean? That type of thing where you're locking it in with what's his name, who's the Saudi crown prince, for crying out loud. Putin and him, literally you could read in between the lines the reason why they're giving each other high fives or bro dabs or whatever you want to call it is because they realize like here soon that they feel as though that the U.S. has lost it. They're celebrating this stuff. So let's read this quote real quick. It says the dollar's share of global foreign exchange reserves fell below 59% in the final quarter of last year, extending a 2-decade decline, according to the IMF's currency composition of official foreign exchange reserve data. The paper stated, strikingly, the decline in the dollar share has not been accompanied by an increase in the shares of the pound sterling, yen, and even the euro. Other long-standing reserve currencies, rather the shift out of dollars has been in two directions: a quarter into a Chinese renminbi, or renminbi, excuse me, and 3/4 into the currencies of smaller countries that have played a more limited role as reserve currencies. We know about the whole thing of, coming off of SWIFT and punishing Russia, right? That's a different particular one. I'm going to jump down to this last one. So let's take a moment to get into this. So in regards to the BRICS currency, because apparently this is going to be a thing. Taking this forward, the BRICS collective, made up of course, B as in Brazil, R as in Russia, I as in India, C as in China, and of course South Africa, aka BRICS, are also mulling creating a new currency to facilitate trade. It is reported that the new financial agreement could be seen as soon as in August. Think about how soon that is. I mean, we're literally, oh my God, it was like 4 months away, not even that, when the countries meet for their annual summit in South Africa. Sources have disclosed that Russia is behind the idea, whether it's Putin, leading it, or a council of puppet masters. Let's just be honest about that, right? I've heard reports that if somebody was to take out Putin, right, that if anything, you might have a more crazy person in charge who could very well pull the trigger on, on nuke and so on. Again, don't shoot the messenger here. I'm just trying to share what I saw before. It also states that it's faced economic sanctions from the West, as we know, over the invasion of Ukraine. But yeah, it's just crazy to see this particular site, what is mentioned here. Let's talk about a brief moment in regards to the implication. I can't talk tonight. My God, implications of a BRICS currency. So in regards to that, that's one of the main things we should be recognizing, right? If the BRICS nations do go ahead with their plan and come up with a new currency, it could help stabilize their economies. For an investor in BRICS countries, it would mean increased consumer confidence. This will lead to an uptick in spending and economic growth. But will India accept this new currency? Will it want to be economically aligned with China, with whom it is having a standoff at the border? And that is a very, very true statement. There's, for instance, I'm sure you guys seen this guy. His name is was it Coin Bureau? You know what I mean? This guy is technically an actor, but he's hired by a group to bring the news, right? He's talked about that whole situation numerous times. Redacted talked about the situation numerous times. So that is definitely an issue. So, but even if India leaves the BRICS countries or does its own thing, that you still have a collective group of these countries that would still represent very, very close to being a huge threat to global dominance as far as GDP is concerned. Currently speaking, with all these countries, they're a collective group that is slightly under what the US's power ranking is for GDP, roughly, I don't know, what is it, 20.03 trillion. In the US, it's like 20.08 based off of 2022 reports. You got to keep in mind, we have to wait for this whole year to go by to get the new report. But yeah, moreover, some experts say that this is the new deal and it might benefit Beijing more than New Delhi. What happens next, of course, is unknown. We'll have to keep an eye on this. But Mike Cornwell sent this to me on a text. And when I took more of a deeper dive into the site, I was like, woo, wow, interesting. And of course, there's quite a few other things that are here. I'll show you guys just for a brief moment, and we'll kick it back into the comments, and then we'll get back into crypto news. But in reality, all this stuff, technically speaking, affects crypto. I mean, why wouldn't you pay attention to it? So I'm going to jump back to the previous page, and there's quite a few other active you know, posts or articles here. BRICS gains new chance to improve global development. The Chinese yuan is now the most traded currency in Russia. I mean, it's crazy stuff. Anyway, let me know your thoughts in regards to this. I'm sure you guys are talking about a little bit in the comments already. Let's jump back into the comments as we speak. Again, thank you so much for being here. And hopefully everybody's having a decent Saturday. I know it's kind of crazy to say. I don't know. That kind of sets a different mood when you talk about the BRICS countries. But, you know, you got to recognize what the heck is going on with that. All right. Emmanuel says, how is y'all doing? I'm doing pretty darn good. I'm just trying to pay attention to all this stuff that's going on in the world. You know, especially paying attention to, you know, certain cryptos, their prices, their market cap, you know, thinking, should I get into this? Should I not get into this? So on and so forth. I also pay attention to what's going on in the NBA playoffs. So there you have it. Boomer, yeah, I saw some of your posts. You know, here's the thing. So if you're friends with a person on Twitter and that person like responds to like a famous rock band, like, you know, for instance, Motley Crue, obviously, it posts it for the public for you to see that. So I've seen some of the things you posted and so on. I hate it personally when, you know, super bands and so on have tiffs. I think it just sucks because, I mean, us as in fans, we're the one that suffer. Perfect example, of course, obviously what's going on with Motley Crue, but I'm also a fan of Van Halen. Remember the whole thing that happened back in the day with David Lee Roth and so on? That was very, very damaging. And if anything, what also sucked is, what was it, the other year? Was it last year or the year before? You had, for instance, Eddie Van Halen, one of the greatest guitarists of all time, right? Passed away due to lung cancer. So it's just like, you know, then they finally get the band together, as the saying goes, and then one of your key members passes away due to cancer. It sucks. But yeah, I feel your pain, man. All right, OV Crypto says, hey fellas, what's up, Max? Good to have you here. Mr. OV in the house. Busting out the Max Scratcher. All right. You think he just passed away, Max? All right. Well, thanks for the update. Oh, you're talking about, oh, I thought you were talking about somebody else. So yeah, Guru passed away actually a few years ago. If that's who you're referring to. Let's see, Guru of Gangstar. I'm just gonna pull this up just real quick. I'm not talk about a lot. Actually, he died. Keith Elam died actually back in 2010, so it was quite a while ago, about 13 years ago. But they did a recent album about a year ago. Pretty decent album. Anyway, yeah, I love Gangstar too. I could listen to Moment of Truth from beginning to end. Such a great album. Their last album was not too bad either, right? Even though it's post Guru. All right, so Brian says he loves him some Sweet Caroline. Bomb, bomb, bomb. That's kind of crazy. 100% Max. Thank you very much. Did anyone of you participate in the L1X pre-sale? No, I did not. All right. How about this? Be Real is the man of Cypress Hill. Yeah, I like Be Real. You know, he's even admitted that he had to like kind of come up with that voice for that rap. You know, his regular voice just wasn't cutting it. I'm glad he stuck with it. All right, I'll read a few more comments. We're going to kick it back into the news lineup. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. If anybody here is new, I'd like to go ahead and welcome you. If you're brand new to crypto, it's okay. You know, if anything, let us know what projects you're looking into, any questions or comments you have. We have a very welcoming audience. No one's going to bite your head off, and people will definitely welcome you. Again, thank you so much for being here tonight. And like I said before, smash that like. Why do we say that? Because it gets the show out to a more broader base, because it kicks in the YouTube algorithm. All right. Speaking of which, I'm going to check the other screen, see how we're doing, and then we're going to kick it back into our outline for tonight. All right. Let's see here. I want to welcome me, myself, and I saw you there. We'll get into some of your comments in just a bit. I'm going to read this one from Josh. Let me check out your avatar, man. Cool stuff. You and your, what was that, your baby? Very cool, man. He says, any idea when NASDAQ starts allowing Bitcoin such Ethereum trading, assuming it would help raise alts and eventually add quant and other financial coins? I don't have the answer for that, but that sounds very bullish in itself. And thank you for the question. If anybody has the answer to that, by all means, share that and let them know. And we really would appreciate it. All right, let me scroll further up into the comments. I think Boomer is right. I'm going to be very, very behind now on the comments. But we'll see how this goes. All right, it's called good problems. This is what comes with the territory. All right, at $4, he got wrecked. Oh, back to the Jasmine comment. Yep. All right, let's see here. Let's go further down. John Francis said, Brian, were you guys aware that the degraded performances on Coinbase with XLN? All right. Selmo Fudd, money's growing like grass with the mass. Yeah. Mass Appeal is a great song. I love that song. And, you know, I'm glad that on Full Clip, A Decade of Gangstar, that was part of the lineup. I mean, let's face it, like most of the albums considered like a greatest hits, but they have some really good remixes, like Militia 2 remix featuring Dub C and even the great Rakim. Very cool stuff. Now Nelly there. Morning Max, how's life? Hey team, life is good. I'm trying to force myself to get into new habits of things. Like trying to do a regular exercise routine and so on. I need to do that. I think that will be my path towards maybe curing myself from the sleep apnea problem. Some people confuse sleep apnea with insomnia. It's two different things. But thank you for being here. And yeah, go Jasmine, XDC, and Xera. All right, just a couple more comments. We'll kick it back into the lineup. Joyce, welcome. Glad to have you here. And let's see here. I'm going to go further down. Piss people off. I don't know what happened there. Joyce says 9 grandkids heading for grades. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. All right. Let me see. I'm going to go further down. See if there's any specific thing. All right. You guys got some good conversations between each other. All right, I want to welcome John Valenzuela. He says Luffy V3 to the moon. Okay. I hold Luffy or Luffy, where you want to call it, on Bitmart, but I would never buy another bag. Hopefully that offends somebody. I don't know what to say. All right. Yeah, you guys are having a good 3 or 4 way conversation there. Let's go ahead and highlight that as a bookmark. And let's jump in to the next part of our particular coverage. All right. So I want to bring this thing to your attention, right? So basically speaking, you know, when it comes to Bitcoin, people state, you know, is especially the maxis. And I feel as though that, you know, there's opportunity there. Don't get me wrong. I mean, this thing could very well go to 100,000 or more, you know, and I'm rooting for that. Just because I don't own a full Bitcoin, I would still root for that because I understand that for the overall crypto market, that's a big win. Same with like, you know, seeing Ethereum have new all-time highs. Yeah, rooting for all that stuff, especially, you know, being a holder of Jasmine, it just simply makes sense. So as we know, when it comes to like the relationship basically between the likes of like Bitcoin, you know, and freedom, right? That's always brought up. You know, that may vary depending on, of course, you know, individual experiences and perspectives, right? However, you know, it's taken for granted, just hear me out, when it comes to Bitcoin, you know, being quote unquote freedom due to its decentralized nature and ability to allow individuals, to store and transfer data, right, or value, I should say, without intermediaries or even government control, right? Let's face it. Introduce what? Quant into the mix. So I saw this earlier, and you know, this came from Tokenizer, and I thought to myself, you know what? Let's share this. So shout out to Tokenizer. You should be following if you're a person that loves quant, you know, some of these other particular projects, right? Nexera and so on. So what I want to show you guys here is not everything from this deep dive, but there's some key things here that maybe you didn't realize. Again, shout out to Tokenizer, did a very good job in the past with his particular deep dive into quant. Let's take a look into what I just mentioned from Bitcoin in regards to the introduction of why I want to share the bigger picture of what quant is doing. So corporations and entrepreneurs now have the freedom, just like I was mentioned earlier, with Bitcoin. Think about that statement I made, right? People are always talking about Bitcoin is freedom, the decentralization, the true decentralization. How about this, guys? True freedom for corporations and entrepreneurs. And how will that be done? Well, through quant with Overledger and so on. Hear me out. So corporations and entrepreneurs now have the freedom to build multi-chain applications that are built on an open source cryptocurrency blockchain, but may use a consensus system of blockchain, all while allowing the application to be accessed on a centralized private blockchain. This will open the doors to cryptocurrency going mainstream. That should be exciting to all of us, right? We all want crypto to go mainstream. We want to get way over 50% adoption and so on by 2030. That all makes sense. This will open the doors to cryptocurrency, like I mentioned, going mainstream within the financial sector, as well as financial institutions, right? As soon as we get that clarity. This will have a method to securely access decentralized finance. So again, understand that while everybody's rah, BTC and true decentralization, understand that when it comes to the institutional money, and if they have done the research with quant, which I truly believe that they have, they're saying raw QNT or Overledger all the freaking way. Additionally, legacy data networks can be implemented into Overledger applications to allow the transaction of information through a trustless, tamper-proof, immutable database. All right, so that's cool stuff. Now, for a lot of us, we're on board when it comes to that, right? But what is quant in regards to the bigger picture? What is the big picture? Well, if you're new to this, by allowing quant to be built on top of existing technologies and blockchains, a system where all other separate networks within its ecosystem can communicate and work with each other is achieved, basically. Universal interoperability will not only allow CBDCs to flow freely within the financial sector, but listen to this, it will also augment the entire technological industry from integrating all medical databases. Yeah, we even saw Ripple with their connection as well. There's going to be something to be said when it comes to medical databases or insurance firms, you name it. Within one operating system. This is why so many people feel as though that if you invest into quant, it's like investing into Microsoft in the early 1980s. Why is that? You ever ask yourself why that is? Because if you think about it, even to this day, when it comes to operating systems for desktop computers, there's only two dominant ones on the retail side, is there not? Yeah. 90% of all computers dating back from the 1980s to present, right, is Microsoft, even before Windows with MS-DOS. But when it went to Windows, you still had roughly 90% of the world using Microsoft Windows. Yeah, there was a point where we had, a lot of people using, Macintoshes and so on, right? But that was only about 10%, with the recent breakdown within the last 20 plus years, right? There was a period where, back in the 80s, let's face it, maybe it was about 50-50, you name it, right? Different area that we're living in. But the key thing is this, it's still about a 90-10 split, right? Is there a third player? Well, some people say, yeah, Max, there absolutely is a third player. There's Linux and so on. And I get that. And I'm with you. But I'm talking about ones that are for profit, not for non-profit, right? So those are still the dominant too. But what about when it comes to blockchain technology? Overledger, you got to keep in mind, this is an operating system for, they get the job done for making 100 plus blockchains interoperable. And oh, by the way, there's a CBDC connection. So yeah, they have a very unique use case. And with having a supply of about 14.88 million compared to Bitcoin's was it 21 point whatever million they have, it's that much more scarce. So like it says right here, universal interoperability will not only allow CBDCs to flow freely within the financial sector, but will also augment the entire technological industry from integrating all medical databases, like we mentioned, with one operating system, right? Even interconnecting cities and roads, you name it. Now, in regards to the companies, Quant is currently working with brings exposure to what the Overledger has to offer within the world of cloud computing and even finance. Listen to this. Were you aware that from the 580 banks SIA is working with to Amazon Web Services customers, base of over 1 million users, that Quant has begun to see institutional utility and will likely continue within other sectors, and it currently is. You keep hearing new news about this. It says, as a current member of building the Digital Pound Foundation, which Gilbert Verdian leads up, Quant Network will likely be utilized within CBDCs. It's not likely. Again, this is an old particular deep dive, right, from 2021, November roughly. They are doing this whole thing with CBDCs. We already made those connections and so on. So it says, as a standard for interoperability through other jurisdictions, from bridging independent banking systems into one system, all the way to allowing cross-border and global trade to freely flow, the integration of Overledger will basically shatter current barriers within our financial economy. This part right here. Overledger will potentially be utilized within the macroeconomical landscape as smart technologies such as our AI and even Internet of Things. We always talk about Jasmy. And how about this for size, guys? If you're a Jasmy holder, that recent Jasmy white paper for Web3, and also Quant getting that patent going. Wouldn't that be amazing if here in the new future, if you have Hara, who just went to Hong Kong to that particular conference from Amazon Web Services and so on to promote Jasmy and the Internet of Things and explain, personal data locker. I know this is a Quant segment, but just hear me out. To me, it would make sense. You know what? Maybe one of the other two companies can recognize each other and say, you know what? Let's help each other, right? Let's get to the point where, like it mentions here when it comes to AI, let's get this whole thing of, like it says right here, right? Smart technology, such as AI, as we know, Jasmy's AI engine is kind of be coming out here soon. Again, it just makes sense that, if you want to make things more interoperable, which I believe Jasmy definitely wants to do that, right? Jasmy's Internet of Things, they want to talk to each other. How are you going to get that done? Well, if Quant has that particular patent that they just got approved of for doing work in Japan, wouldn't it make sense? Am I too far off? Some people say to me, oh, Max, you're a little bit too speculative on certain things. Yeah, I also like to connect the dots. I'm just saying I might want to just call it in advance. I think there could be something there in the future. Not happening tomorrow, I get that. But at some point, with everything happening in Japan and how Jasmy's been trending, wow, wouldn't that be bullish as all hell to see Overledger working with the Internet of Things of what Jasmy brings to the table? All right. There's this whole thing about the verdict. We know about ISO TC 307, but this was very well written. This is from Tokenizer. Please give him a follow. This is from his Medium page. And it is what it is, guys. I mean, this guy kills it with his deep dives. Follow him on YouTube as well. I can't take all the credit on this, but I saw this and I was reading through it earlier today. And I was like, you know what? This was very well put together. And if you've seen some of his particular interviews where he's on here with us as a guest or just, feature with Greg Lunt or whoever, he is one of the most smartest intellectuals I've ever seen in the space. So special like if you haven't done so already. We do, I think, have a little bit more for you guys. Yep, we definitely do. The next one we're going to get into is just that Jasmy, and we got some Ripple XRP. We also have some Stellar on the lineup for you guys tonight. On top of that, just I think we also have some LCX. So we still have quite a bit to get into tonight. About hour and 19 minutes into the show, but it hasn't even felt like, It's been that long. So I really appreciate you guys. It was really cool seeing Larry earlier. Let's jump back into the chat. And let's see here. I want to welcome Mr. Mark William. I did see Stargazer's comment. I'll get into that in just a second. Mark William, welcome back. He says he's hodled XRP for a good few years, and he's wondering if this is causing irreversible damage for XRP. I don't think so, personally. Let's hope we can get a positive outcome soon. Yes, and after that happens, I mean, that is just going to be the biggest win, not just for the XRP army, for a lot of us who hold it, but it's just a big win for crypto. There's positive and negative catalysts that can happen with anything, whether it's blockchain projects and so on. I'm from a gaming background. I'll state this. So, I know this is kind of like a big time apples and oranges comparison, but I want to state this. If you're a guy who has played, for instance, Call of Duty back in the day, back in 2009, Activision / Infinity Ward dropped a big bombshell of taking away dedicated server support, mod tools, and so on. Guess what that did? That set the precedence for all the big AAA developers to stop doing that as well. So if we didn't get a win, for instance, with Ripple's XRP, that would set the precedence for a lot of bad news to go around. But I think if anything, if it tanked the price, which obviously it would, then I would still load up even that much more on XRP, because I realize that the key thing is innovation, and the rest of the world will move on. But I do feel as though, not just hopping on the bandwagon, I honestly feel as though that we will get a Ripple win over the SEC, and that is the roadmap forward to really get things going in the right direction. And when people look back on it, they'll say, what was the main thing to help get towards the path forward for regulatory clarity? They'll say, you know what, it was that Ripple XRP win. And I feel as though that this is going to happen this year. I don't know. Like, for instance, you had John Deaton saying that it's going to end like in 3 months, and you mentioned that a couple of weeks ago. I don't know. You know what I mean? I want to root for that. So I don't know if it's going to happen. Some people say a week, 2 weeks. Those time frames obviously fly by. But I will state this: I think some point this year, not into next year, we will get a Ripple win, and that will help so much with this timeline of everything that we've been paying attention to. So I appreciate your statement, and Mark, I hope you're having a good weekend, man. Thank you for joining us back here tonight. John Francis says it was just too simple to send transact. Oh, you're still having a conversation with somebody else. I'm sorry. Yeah, Mr. Michael Cornwell, aka Elon Muff, sent me some pictures on his phone, and yeah, man, some nice looking silver that you acquired. You even show one of those bars, some of those other particular coins, in literally what mint condition, as the saying goes. Okay, all right. Well, good to be passionate about what project you're into, John Valenzuela. All right. But welcome. All right. So since the dollar is dying, yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. I mean, you're more than prepared, Mike. You're a very smart guy. You know what you're doing. And that is good stuff. I hold a little bit of silver, old silver from, collecting it from years ago. I have some old Kennedy coins. I have some other ones, I think, dating back to maybe as early as the 30s. I have someone from the late 40s, but I don't have some of the mint, stuff that actually came from a mint, in really good condition. But yeah, for some of you guys that are investing into precious metals, I mean, it's not financial advice, but I think that's a good way to go personally, right? All right, so let's go further down. But I'm glad you guys are all preparing yourself. I should say all of you. I mean, some of you guys are doing that, some aren't. But I'm glad that everybody's at least aware of the situation. Some of us are not in the means to be able to do stuff like that. But I'm glad that, a lot of us are in tune of what's going on in the real world. All right. Brian Dowie says they don't want us holding XRP and XLM. Yeah. I mean, the lease, if you will. Mr. Muff says Uphold is legit, has the most ISO and never delisted XRP. Yeah. They've announced that they've had the backs of the XRP army, and I think XRP army has recognized that and appreciated it, which is a really cool thing. All right. All right. Yeah. You know what? Hey, I'm gonna make it fun. I just like to welcome you. If Luffy's your thing, then more power to you, man. All right. Nelly there, Elon Muff. He says sup. Wow. All right. Let's go further down into the comments. That Max Scratcher, though. Yes, you know what? It's come in handy. I had a way better Max Scratcher. And what happened is on a trip to Dallas, Texas for the second annual DPG, hence why I'm DPG Maximus, second annual DPG LAN party in 2008. One of my friends, for whatever reason, didn't see it, and he laid on it just right and freaking snapped the thing in the back. That was the best Max Scratcher I ever had. That sucker, the tips of it, man, would take the hide off of Nick, or not Nick Nolte, Gary Busey would say, the of a dead rhino. All right. John Valenzuela, with an actual comment that is not about Luffy. Be Real is from Southgate. All right. John Francis, I will be living in the Philippines for 6 months, a year, so I will use their bank/exchanges for on and off ramp. Oh, that's cool stuff, man. Yeah, it's I think it's $52 or $54, like 52 or 54 pesos to the dollar. Now, of course, everything's going to change with, I hate to say it, like with where the US dollar is going, but yeah, you can live like an absolute king over there. I've been very tempted in regards to that, but that would have to be way out in the future for me. I just have too many obligations, like especially like the whole situation with my dad. I just don't think he's going to be mobile enough to be able to go out there, and he would have to have a little bit better health care. Not to dog on theirs, but it's a different type of situation. Max, look into DMTR. All right, I'll add that to the list. I'm not gonna do it tonight because here's the thing. Somebody came here and says, Max, look into this. And I looked into it and I did that, and then I never saw the guy again. And I was like, well, that's just wonderful. I went and did that little intro, and then I never saw him anymore. Or maybe I did, I just didn't see his comment. I don't know. But when I first saw the comment, I was just like, is somebody joking with me? Are they gonna post a Coach JV comment of like, DMT, but look into DMTR? Okay. All right. Because Cool Cat Crypto is always saying that, Coach JV does a lot of DMT or something like that. So DMTR. All right. Cool stuff. See, we have 61 wonderful, beautiful people here, as Larry would say here. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. I want to read this about the Phoenix Suns. Samuel Kim says, Phoenix Suns all day. We will win our first championship this year. So you're from the Phoenix area. Well, or maybe you're not. You just like the Suns. I'm in the Phoenix area. I'm in the Northwest area, Glendale, Phoenix border area. But yeah, I mean, as long as we stay healthy, I do not see why we can't do that. And how about this? When Katie is on the floor, undefeated. Yeah, that's right. So go Suns. I mean, they didn't get, they should have won in 2021 against the Bucks, and then they were up 2 and lost 4 straight. That was such a heartbreaking moment. And I was telling my neighbor friend who was watching with me, his name is Paul, and I said, man, I was just like, that might have been it for the Suns. I was like, that might have been their one and only opportunity. Now they have this new opportunity. They better not blow it, just like that song from Eminem, right? Lose yourself. They do not miss this opportunity. It becomes only once in a lifetime, right? All right, me, myself, and I, it went OWF today. All right. But yeah, Nelly there, welcome. Blackwood says NASDAQ probably not adding anything besides Bitcoin ETH. I'd be surprised if they did. And then John Valenzuela, he just wants to tell you guys flat out that Luffy V3 to the freaking moon. John Valenzuela, I got to give you some love back. It's okay. I mean, I hold Luffy. I probably have the V3 also because I have it on Ishmart, aka Bitmart. But again, man, I'm just glad you're here commenting. You're helping the channel with the algorithm in the comments, so it's okay. Guys, welcome John Valenzuela. He's very passionate about Luffy. You may think whatever you want, but let's be friendly to each other and kind to each other. So, all right, I'm gonna double check the other screen, see how we're doing, making sure I didn't miss anything, and let's see where we're at. Even Rudy John Baptist today states, Max, greetings. Can you look into DMTR? Well, is there anybody else that wants me to look into DMTR? We'll jump back to that in a little bit. So I just want to get into this particular outline that we have. Let's get into Jasmy. So if you're waiting for the Jasmy updates and so on, I'm glad that you were here for it. And here it is. So, here it is. And it's from this guy, Whale Coin Talk. We do pay attention to whale activity, right? So I saw this earlier today, and I said, it's been a while since we shared anything in regards to whale activity. So if anything, I'm going to blow this up a little more. And here we go. That's nice and big. So it says altcoin update, 89 out of 100. Jasmy is an innovative IoT, right, Internet of Things based project that utilizes cutting edge technology, as we know, to enable secure and efficient data transmission. Jasmy recently saw a 68% gain and is now ranked 114th by market cap. We are on the path to being in the top 100. Jasmy, are you kidding me? And let's face it, guys, we all know, whether you're a person that's into Luffy or the next guy, right? When it comes to projects, there's a lot of people that only look at the top 100. So that is going to be big for Jasmy to be into the top 100. And of course, we see that Jasmy is in the 7s. And just to show that real quick, we'll pull that up real quick. Here it is on Coin Market Cap. Click on 7-day chart. And as we go further down, you do see that Jasmy is up 28.11% on the 7-day chart. And I believe, on Coin Gecko, which they do a better job of showing, like, the 30-day and the 2-week chart and so on. Let's pull up Jasmy over there for just a brief moment. And over here, they have a ranking of 135, but let's take a look at this real quick. All right. So, yeah, look at this. It's on that 30-day chart. You can see it right here. Jasmy is up 48%. Not too shabby. A nice momentum. And like you see also right here, we have broken into the 7th. So we're now at 0.007. How cool is that? Some people say, well, that's not cool. I wanted to be able to get it at, 0.005 or 6, and you just waited. Well, let's face it. After you see this little pump, let's face it, a lot of people will sell, right? The swing traders, it should pull down, and it might get back down to the 6s. That's usually how support goes, retracement lines and so on. But yeah, I wanted to show you guys that because, that is pretty big. For this to be up 48% in 30 days. That's not too bad at all. All right. I want to jump back into what we have here. So smash that like if you haven't done so already. Shout out to Zippy. Him and the deep dive Jasmy researchers. They do a live show on Twitter. It's every Sunday. I believe it's at 3:30 Pacific time. If I'm not mistaken. Actually, it might be 2:30. I have to double check that because my time zone switched. So Zippy has, like he says, a deep dive on Mr. Alex Chung of Jasmy. You may say to yourself, well, who the heck is that? Well, we're going to jump into this just for a brief moment. So if you hold Jasmy, you might want to pay attention to this. So over 20 years of experience in the technology, IT, and even mobile and consumer electronics sectors. He has held very senior management positions at Lenovo in Hong Kong. Hence, think about it, guys. Put the dots together, right? Hara recently went to Hong Kong for that particular expo convention, if you will. Amazon Web Services is a big name there and so on, right? But he's also been in Samsung, Hong Kong Co. Limited, obviously Sony, right? He used to be a former exec in Sony. And even Sony Marketing Asia Pacific, right? I literally just mentioned that. Here's some of the members of this particular team. Very happy, enthusiastic people, right? So here's part of this outline, and it's not super long, but I wanted to, bring this to you guys' attention. I have retweeted this out. So if you hold Jasmine and you're following me on Twitter, do yourself a favor. Also retweet this. More and more people could use appreciate the info. And it's nice having a broader background about these types of things. So it says Alex was the CEO and co-founder to develop the new brand. Avita in 30 countries and regions such as Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia, some of these other particular countries, Philippines, that's where my mother's from. And when we go further down, he also developed a new business model with VAIO, right? I just call it VAIO, and people call it VAIO, right? Corporation in Japan to manage Japanese brand and OEM business in the global market. On top of that, Avia Technologies, if you didn't know this, they are the IT and fintech company that formed a joint venture with Jasmine in Japan. And that has been confirmed no matter what the fudders want to say in regards to that. Transforming the company into an innovative IT and Internet of Things solution and fintech service provider under the trend of Web3, blockchain technology, and even a cryptocurrency application. There's a little bit more in regards to this, right? Like how he's currently the president of, HK Information Technology and all this. I'm going to jump down to this particular part, all right? This right here. Did you know he's also a general committee of the Hong Kong Exporters Association? Yeah. So he knows a little thing when it comes to trade. That's big. Facilitating Hong Kong as a smart innovation center in the world. He was also awarded the Astounding Entrepreneur Award at Capital Magazine, recognizing his innovation and excellent entrepreneurship. That's big. You can read, of course, a little bit more in regards to, some of it that was up further ahead. But I don't know. I saw this from Zippy, and I thought it was worth sharing because you want to know about some of the backgrounds of these key players when it comes to Jasmine and, personal data lockers and Internet of Things and data democratization and so on, right? I think this is an all-star cast of key players for the project moving forward. And I'm really, really glad, like I mentioned earlier in the show, that you see some, top influencers where it's your pop and so on, whether you're for them or not, recognizing Jasmine. All right. So cool stuff there. And if anything, I'm going to just give you guys a brief announcement, and that is after we kick it back into the comments, we are going to get into Stellar. So that was the Jasmine update for the day. Let's jump back down into the comments and let's see how we're doing with just that. All right. So glad you guys know about, for instance, Gangstar, right? Very cool stuff. And I'm going to go further down into the comments. Let me see here. All right, I'm going to read this one. It says it's at 7:26 p.m., and that was roughly about a half an hour ago. So, man, at least I'm not an hour behind like the other day. Brian Now, he says Elon wants to create a platform that does everything, including payments. They sold it because of investors. That's because of PayPal. Twitter will be huge. Yeah. I mean, I don't think he's forgetting about, what he was trying to solve in the past with PayPal and how they had to go, he had to go separate ways. I think it's a itch, no pun intended, right? That needs to be scratched for him. And I think, if anything, it's going to be big when we eventually find out more about, this super app for Twitter, right? I think we recently, Brian, just got a taste of basically what Big Watch Dude, right, had us look into the other day with eToro, mentioning a few of these specific things. Let's face it, right? Whether it's Levi or the next guy with Luna Classic stating, this is a big positive thing for Luna Classic. Anybody could technically state that because This blankets so many different crypto projects, but that's okay. I mean, I'm personally into Luna Classic. Yeah, we don't talk about it as much, but my key thing is this, right? We get a super app on Twitter in the direction that Elon Musk wants to take Twitter. Yeah, he's made some mistakes with his ego, let's be honest. But I think more of the positive things that he does from a business point of view is going to far supersede some of the minor gripes we have in regards to, like, his ego and so on. We get a super app like I guess you could say, is unofficially promising. Man, that could be absolutely massive. What Big Watch Dude had us share the other day for that whole thing with eToro, where he said was huge. That was huge. I would agree with that. That was absolutely huge. And of course, I'm sure we'll get more info in regards to that later on down the road. And, just like the next day, guy, we're all paying attention to this stuff. Why not? Speaking of Big Watch Dude, he says, "Hey Max, Dear Mama is streaming on Hulu next Friday. Documentary from Afeni Shakur about her relation with." Oh, nice. On Hulu. All right, I'll definitely have to check that out on the service I have. I might be able to watch it on the one I have, because they have a lot of stuff from Hulu on there as well. Oh, very, very cool. Thanks for the heads up on that. See, man, Big Watch Dude, you are a Big Watch Dude. You're watching other stuff other than just crypto, man. You're like, in the hip hop scene and so on. Yeah, brother, props to you, man. Thank you very much for the heads up. I still need to finish the Wu-Tang TV series as well. And I want to state this. So a few weeks ago, I finished The Godfather of Harlem. Oh my gosh, I'm telling you guys flat out. I'm telling you, that is such a good show. Very, very good show. All right. I'm gonna go further down. Andre DeFi says, one of my favorite Tupac songs. Yeah, I mean, Tupac won a Grammy for that song. Quant is Bay. Yeah, I hear you on that. Well, in that case, I mean, it's people say don't marry your crypto, but there's a few you might, right? Like for me, it might very well be Quant, might very well be XRP, possibly Stellar, right? But yeah, I would say that there's a couple that I guess are Bay. I hate that word Bay though. Why do you get me to say Bay? I remember when Bay first came out. When was it like? Oh God, when did I first hear Bay? Was it like 2007, something like that? 2005? That's my Bay. I don't know. I just never could get into that. But it's all right, me, myself, and I. It's all right, man. All right. Michael Montclair says Radio Shack Tandy 380. All right, let me go further down. Poker 5 says Linguangem das Emotious. I'm probably not pronouncing that right, but let's welcome you. Thank you for being here. You're having a conversation. All you guys have a conversation. That's good stuff. John Francis says, now stuff like that will really get adoption going. All right. I'm again so far behind the comments. So again, guys, it's good problems, right? Anyway. Let's go further down. Poor Richard in Nearbuns. Welcome. He says Floki sticks out his tongue. He's got a lost dog. Oh, you lost your dog? Or is that real? Oh, that's a joke. Walking dick? What? Yeah, I have to explain that. I don't know what's up with that avatar. That's fine. I'm glad you're having fun. I think I saw a super chat come in. So let's jump down to that. Yeah, Jordan and Pippen were unstoppable. I agree. Hold on, I'll read this real quick. Big Watch Dude, 100% LeBron went to super teams. Durant, even worse. Technically speaking, LeBron's what started the whole thing, if people want to gripe about it. All right, Salamator, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. He says, Max made over 1K so far on Jasmine. Thanks. Well, thank you, man. You made over 1K so far on Jasmine. Right on, man. And if anything on XDC, you're doing really well on that. And some of the other guys who got into was it Quant at 40, right? And then if you got into Rio, like Mike Cornwell, I covered it at 8 cents. I guess sometimes I do have to toot my own horn. Sometimes I try to stay humble, but I guess sometimes we did well on some of the ones we covered. But that's awesome, Soundwave. I'm really happy for you in regards to that. Now, if you have one, you made 1K on that. I know how much you have. I know how much you have, my friend. That's okay. That's okay. I have an idea of how much you have, and that's awesome. Just want to state that that's awesome because based on the time, I was like, he said he bought 200,000 of Jasmine, but he didn't say like you didn't say like as in a DCA. And what am I saying? I mean, you do reveal a lot of things, but you don't have to reveal that. But I have an idea, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? But that's very cool. Shout out to you, man. That is very, very cool. And thank you again for the $5 super chat. I'm gonna double check the other screen and make sure I'm not behind on super chats because I hate when I do that. Let's see where we're at. All right, so it looks like we're good. All right, so yeah, thank you again for that. Pippin, Cartwright, Paxton, BJ Armstrong. All right, so I got to tell you guys something, a little known fact. And please don't make fun of my mom because she's in heaven. I love her and miss her very much every day. Why? Because she was just more than just a mom. She was like my best friend too. So she's the biggest Phoenix Suns fan, right? But when we lived in Portland, she was also, she's a big, she's just like a hometown fan, basically. I even said to her, I said, Mom, I said, what if we didn't move to Phoenix? What if we would move to like Milwaukee? This is long before they won the championship. She was like, well, then I'd be a Milwaukee Bucks fan. So, like the saying goes, in baseball, we're talking about basketball, like root for the home team. And it's a shame because it's 1, 2, 3 strikes. We know the song. So, where I'm going with this is when I was a kid, we used to have there was a garage, like these old fashioned houses. Our house was built in 1905, and which is a shame. We should have kept that house because it's probably worth about over like $500,000 now at this point. But anyway, yeah, it was made in 1905, and the garage was separate from the house, and it had a long, not super long, but like a medium range driveway. So my grandma, who lived on the opposite side of town, like in a suburb called Aloha, one of the neighbors wanted to have like one of those retractable basketball hoops, right? And so the neighborhood kids who I was friends with over there, they're like, well, maybe Max would like to have this old basketball hoop. It was made out of wood and so on. I was like, I'll take it. So my grandma sent it on over. Anyway, long story short, we got that basketball hooked up, and so on next to the end of the driveway, right? And when my mom would shoot free throws, I used to joke it with her. And I said, Mom, you were shooting free throws just like Bill Cartwright. I don't know if you remember. Again, you probably know Andre DeFi. Remember Bill Cartwright? You would take that ball and you do that weird thing, right? Like big old long arms going this way, and like I don't know how to explain it, but it just looked kind of funky. Watch a video about Bill Cartwright shooting a free. And I always tell her, I was like, you got a Bill Cartwright shot, but she would make those shots, which is pretty cool. So she was decent at basketball, and ironically, my grandmother for high school, they won the state women's basketball championship. I don't know, was it in Nampa? Like she was from Nampa, Idaho. She was where she grew up in. Anyway, that had nothing to do with crypto. Get back to crypto, Max. All right. Smash that like, guys. Let's see if we could take up to 70. That'd be pretty cool. Let's see here. Bulls were loaded. Yeah, they were. Man, they were loaded big time. KK, welcome. Glad to have you here. He says Jasmine under 1 cent is a great deal. When Jasmine hits, 50 cents is also a greater deal. All right. Marvin Davis says, man, I'm a Lakers fan, but I've been telling people not to miss this digital asset / currency opportunity. They just won't listen, stuck in their 50K to 150K worker bee job mindsets. Yeah. And that's the way it is. And here's the thing, guys. If you're just tuning in, I want to state this. What is the reality here? The reality is, while we're the ones trying to accumulate all this, right? And we are. What is the exciting thing? The exciting thing is once we get to all-time highs, pay attention to yourself. You know what's going to happen, especially if, You like some other people, right? They've been in this crypto game longer than the next guy. So depending if you experienced the last bull run of 2021, you'll have noticed it's when you see the insane volume come in, the FOMO money. That's where you get a lot of the all-time highs. People, they just come in and they buy the top of the mountain. They're just in hopes like, well, obviously this is going to work. Everybody else is getting into it, and then they get wrecked. Again, guys, I'm telling you flat out, look into it more yourself. I really truly believe that we are in a accumulation phase. And if anything, I have showed deep dives for the bull run thesis, and kind of amazing how you see countless other content creators. You know who they are. I don't have to mention them. Also now finally on board for the bull run thesis. Call it what you want. So, but yeah, you're a Laker fan, Marvin Davis. Well, can I tell you something, Marvin Davis? See this hat? This represents the Portland P, not Phoenix. My hometown is Portland. I am still incredibly bitter and will never get over the 2000 Western Conference Finals, Game 7, Portland up roughly, was it 14 or 16 points, something like that, with only 4 minutes to go, 4.5 minutes to go, and that epic fail of losing that lead. You better believe Portland would have beat the Indiana Pacers. And what also sucks is they broke up part of that team. If they could have beat your Lakers in 2000, they could have kept that team full, loaded with talent. And they didn't. And they slowly start breaking it up. And I was so mad. And then, of course, after that, we got the Jailblazers. And anyway, I'm still very bitter. All right. Don't forget crazy Dennis Rodman. Yeah. All right. Glad you guys talking about basketball. There's nothing wrong with that. Big Watch Dude says Tony Kukoc put the, I know you're not spelling that right, and it's okay. Put the European players on the map. Yeah, he basically started that. And from there you had Manu Ginobili. Was it year basically after the last dance, right, with the Bulls? I believe it was Dirk Nowitzki was part of that. Was it the 1998-99 draft? Because he came in when it was a lockout, right? So then you had Manu Ginobili, you had Tony Parker, you had all these guys, Boris Diaw, you name it. Salamander says XTC is almost at 5 cents. Yeah, isn't that crazy? We've been covering that since slightly over 2 cents, right? Pretty cool stuff. So you're doing pretty well on that, man. I'm glad to see it, Salamander. Right on. All right. Yep. Steve Kerr went to U of A, by the way. I don't know if you guys know that. University of Arizona, which, man, they freaking blew it this year. All right. Brian Dowey, Durant teaming up with Curry is like Jordan playing with Bird. That's a good point. All right. I'm going to go ahead and jump back into our outline. Let me just double check the other screen and see how we're doing. All right, cool stuff. I do see that CryptoSmith came in. He says, "What up, Max? Got my new camera ready to go." Nice. You must have went to the store if that's the case and not waited for like Amazon and so on. Awesome. Good to see it, man. Does that mean there'll be utility talk now on Monday, Sean? If there's not, it's okay. I understand you're a pretty busy guy. But yeah, shout out to Sean the CryptoSmith. Let's take a moment for the pause for station identification. And let's pull this up. So this is ctnnetwork.net. And if you go there, you'll see a section at the top. It's called Creators. Here's some of our showcase of fellow creators that we support and so on. And as you can see right here, Sean the CryptoSmith is definitely part of that lineup of content creators. We even have people that are not necessarily crypto content creators, like you had the wonderful likes of Michael Montclair and his great music, or how about JC the Man, who is the man, by the way, or even it doesn't have to be YouTube. You have Edward Vincent, Top Shelf Crypto. Shout out to his platform on Rumble. They're knocking our socks off over there. But let's take a look at CryptoSmith. And here's his channel, and guys, let's help him. He is almost at 2,000 subscribers. If you enjoy Crypto Talk Now and these shows, you should enjoy the content that he also provides. He talks about XRP, he talks about Stellar, he talks about some other ones with, you know, utility, right? He even talks about Jasmine that we were just talking about earlier, right? Don't believe me? Here it is. Like, so for instance, he did even a video on Tacit, right? We were talking about the whole thing with Cypherium and FedNow. Look at the Tacit video, right? I need to catch up on. I need to look at that myself. It's only 10 minutes. He talks about Casper, some of the other projects we're talking about. Look at that video he did about Jasmine, 4,700 views. Jasmine is taking the game from big data, right? So give him a follow, and if anything, yeah, subscribe to him. Great content creator. He's with us on Mondays and also Wednesdays for Utility Talk Now. He does a live show every week, but today's was canceled because his camera went out. He went out, got a new one, but it's called Straight Talk. It's every Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. But yeah, go ahead and give him a follow, and it'd be really cool if this could at least take up to 1.92. And of course, it's going to be a big deal when he gets up to the 2K. So congrats, Sean, in advance. You're almost there, my friend. Here's a virtual dab, Brian Dowie style. Boom. All right. All right. So let's kick it actually into a little bit more of our coverage that we have tonight. We obviously covered Jasmine. Let's jump into XDC. You know me. All right. So actually not XDC, XLM, excuse me. So I know I'm covering a lot of what Alp shows us, right, on his reporting. He does a great job. Please give him a follow. He really is killing it with the Stellar updates. So this particular one says Stellar versus Ripple. And, you know, a lot of times we basically do need to compare and contrast. So it states Stellar, XLM, and Ripple XRP are two blockchain projects that aim to improve the efficiency and accessibility of cross-border payments. But how are they different and which one is better? Let's find out. Well, a lot of us know the answers to this, right? You're immediately thinking Ripple is obviously, you know, the bank to bank. People are obviously going to say, you know, Stellar with the peer to peer. But recently we showed you guys that, you know, Stellar is actually part of the mix when it comes to bank to bank as well. So is this a legitimate statement of, you know, which one is better? Well, make your own decision when it comes to that. But look what it says here. Stellar is an open source network that allows anyone to do what, guys? Well, basically to create and also exchange any type of asset such as fiat currencies, cryptocurrencies, tokens, etc., right? It uses consensus algorithm called Stellar Consensus Protocol, SCP, that relies on a network of validators to reach agreement. On top of that, Ripple is a private company that provides a network for banks and financial institutions to send and receive money globally. It uses a consensus algorithm called Ripple Protocol Consensus Algorithm, which is called RPCA, that requires a list of trusted validators to validate transactions. I mean, I love how it says it that way. Has a bunch of, what does trusted validators do? They validate. Oh, thank you for that breakdown. I mean, I don't know. Anyway, both Stellar and Ripple have their own native cryptocurrencies, XLM and XRP. XLM is used to pay transaction fees and reward validators on the Stellar network. XRP is used to pay transaction fees and act as a bridge currency on the Ripple network. Also, there's this, both XLM and XRP are fast and cheap, as we know, right? Even with finality, right? With an average transaction time of 3 to 5 seconds and a fee as less than a cent. How do we know that? Remember what Brad Garlinghouse basically tweeted, what was it, like not even a month, 2 months ago, something like that? How he did there was an example of 700 and some odd million transferred with finality at 3 seconds, roughly flat. And the cost for the transaction was a penny. And if you're new to this whole debate of like, I don't know why you guys make such a big deal about Ripple's XRP and so on, understand this just in a quick nutshell. And that is basically this. And I've said it numerous times. If you have, you know, the Bank of Greece, you know, sending a cross-border payment to the Bank of, I don't know, Armenia or something like that, and it normally costs them or $60 billion for that cross-border payment off of a $10 trillion transaction, then that ain't going to get the job done. And if anything, that de-incentivizes cross-border payments. Ripple definitely helps get that job done. If time is money, and it basically is, you can connect the dots for yourself. Maybe try to find out and do more of your own research to see if this is something for you. So I literally just mentioned this makes it more attractive to even just that investors, right? Like the BlackRocks of the world and so on. Both Stellar and Ripple have similar goals, but are different target markets. Very true. Stellar is more focused on serving the underbanked population and enabling financial inclusion. Ripple is more focused on serving banks and financial institutions and improving their efficiency. On top of that, number 7th point, both Stellar and Ripple have their advantages and disadvantages. Depending on your perspective and needs, there is no clear winner or loser in this comparison, as both projects have their own merits and challenges. All right, he's just presenting the research. I want to state to you this in closing for this particular segment in regards to Stellar. And basically it's this. From an investor point of view, right? I can't give you official financial advice. I'm just saying, in generally speaking, investor point of view, why do you get into a lot of these particular projects, right? Stellar Lumens, right? For instance, it's at roughly the 10-cent mark, because you understand that risk to reward ratio, or you understand that this could be the generational wealth that you're looking for. This saying goes with XRP. Even though we've had that jump from 32 cents to roughly 52 cents, right? It's the path forward, the accumulation phase that we're in. Because once we get that clarity that everybody's looking for, the next big phase is for that institutional money to come in, because there is no volatility. That's one of the key things. When you hear people like myself, or I'll even reference Michael Cornwell or the next guy out there, whether it's Zach Rector or whoever, right? Saying clarity, clarity, clarity. We need to have that. Why is that such a big deal? It's a big deal because the days of the pump and dump cycle may very well be coming to an end. Once you have done more of your own research and you understand some of these particular things, it'll give you a broader idea of where we're going here in the near future. So while he has a statement of both have its positives and negatives, the key thing for me is I want to hold a decent bag of Ripple's XRP and even Stellar Lumens. And I'm not going to give into what's referred to as crypto tribalism. I think that's silly. And if anything, I think that's just not understanding the bigger picture. These are blue chip cryptos that you're into. This is not some meme token nonsense, right? There are some good meme tokens, in my opinion, like Volt and so on, right? But my thing is this, Shiba Inu. My key thing is there's tribalism with that stuff. The degen plays. This is not degen plays we're talking about here. We're talking about life-changing generational wealth where you have to have that clarity for the path forward so we can reach all these particular goals. Just because you haven't seen a crypto market of roughly 4 to 5, of like $100 trillion doesn't mean it can't happen. Just because you saw 4 or 5 trillion back in 2021 and you think, well, that's the highest it's ever going to be. I hate to burst your bubble. That is going to be blown out of the water. Now, is it going to be blown out of the water like maybe by 2024? Possibly. Could it be even that much more by 2025? I think so. By the end of 2025, I think it's November 2025, we should see ISO 222 being fully implemented. Don't listen to the narrative of, I don't want to pay attention to any of this stuff. You guys made a big deal about ISO 222 going live on March 20th, and look what happened with that. That is the naysayers who haven't taken more of their own deep dive. If you heard me say numerous times, or heard some other content creators that do a good job of covering the likes of XRP and some of these other projects say, look, we haven't reached full utilization of the asset yet. Pay attention to what's going on in the background. Understand that we need full implementation of ISO 222. That's where it's at. Again, back to my example of Olympic-sized swimming pools. Those pools are not filled up all the way yet, but watch out when it is, because FOMO money will come in from all sorts of size. Coming from the left, the right, you name it. Retail, institutional, you name it. Telling you flat out, the accumulation phase, we are in that phase. I believe it 110%. Let's jump back into the comments. All right. I'd be bitter too. I would be bitter too. I'd be so darn ticked off that he left to go to Golden State originally. I hear you, and I can't hold that against you. Of course, I'm rooting for him to do well with the Suns, but if I was a diehard OKC fan, which I think you're diehard Oklahoma all the way, obviously you're Boomer effing Sooner. I cannot blame you for making that statement. You know, it exists in this day and age just as much as it existed. Let's face it. Back in the 1920s, when Babe Ruth got traded and went to, the New York Yankees. I understand you also maybe say, well, that was a trade. He didn't just flat out leave because he was chasing rings. Yeah, there is that. So you have every right to complain about that and make the statements that you're like, he's soft, he's weak. I get it, man. I get it. LeBron did the same with Wade and others. Yep, he did. They flop, or LeBron is weak. I don't know about him being weak. I mean, the guy literally could have been a wide receiver in the NFL, but I also understand some of your statements. I mean, he does kind of flop and cry a lot, but anyway, he's still one of my favorite players, but I get it. I get it. But I'll state this much. As far as him being the GOAT, no freaking way. No way. All right. So you guys got a lot of great NBA comments, and I do appreciate that. I grew up in Miami, 2011 to 24. Ooh, those are some good years for you, man. Yep. Yeah, you literally said it. LeBron, Wade, Chris Bosh, great Allen. Yeah. How about this? If it wasn't for Ray Allen in Game 6, with remember they were rolling like the Spurs. What are they doing? Adam Silver and all them were rolling out that the champion, Larry O'Brien trophy, right? And the fans were leaving the arena like this is done. But man, was it LeBron? He got the rebound, if I'm not mistaken. I forgot who got the rebound. Then they kicked it over to Ray Allen, and good thing that guy had practiced all the time those particular shots with literally no room at all, with his heel almost landing on the back of that out of bounds, and nails that sucker. And everybody knew, oh God, that took out the wind out of the bag for the Spurs. And oh man, I was just like, yep, Spurs aren't recovering from this. There's no way. That was super cool. Yeah, I know. Some people are cool. Screw LeBron. I hate all those super teams. I get it. I don't know. I used to watch all this stuff. I still do. I love it when it's high competition like that. But in reality, Greg Popovich, Tim Duncan, right? They should have been 6-0. They should have been 6-0 in the finals, but they weren't. That was the one thing that tarnished it all. Anyway, I shouldn't say tarnished it all. I mean, it's good competition. All right, let's go further down. I'm glad you guys got some great comments here. Durant had to jump to a 70-win team. Oh, yeah, and I think, who is it? Some guys have pointed this out. Max Kellerman has said some of these things. Brian Dowie says Durant's a beast, gets hurt a bit, still one of the best. Yeah, I agree. You guys had some great comments in regards to basketball. Welcome to Basketball Talk Now. Gary Best says, great content. What are your thoughts on DMT? All right, you know what? That's the third one now in regards to DMT. He won't answer, Gary. He's allergic to DMT. Hey, I'm going to bust out the carpet, man. I'll be like, ski gun, I'm going phone. And I'm going to freaking turn off the camera, and I'm just going to go watch playoffs right now, all right? Ski gun, I'm going home. No, I'm kidding. That's my rule sometimes. I got to have 3 or 4 people request it. Let's get into it. I think I'm very close to the bottom anyway. I do appreciate it. We'll jump into this, but I just want to state this. Mr. Boomer effing sooner. You know, I said I was like, Max is an hour behind the comments. Well, now it basically says 7:56. It's 8:24. I said I was about half an hour behind. This will make it officially 1 hour behind in the comments. So let me refresh the other screen, make sure I didn't miss like a super chat or something like that, because that would suck if I was behind on a super chat. Let's jump back. Yeah, CryptoSmith's like, what the heck is a DMTR? Well, basically, it's, like whoever pointed out before, Cool Cat Crypto, it's like Coach JV taking DMT and then using the render token to burn the supply, which that makes no sense either. All right, let's try to find out what DMTR is, because according to Mr. Me, myself, and I just ignore everything. Shame on me. I'm just like the typical top influencer. I'm not a top influencer though, but he's like those other top influencers. Unless you drop him a super chat, he's not gonna recognize the DMTR. Shame on him. Let's burn him at the stake. Let's just stone him to death. All right, I'm gonna add this to my favorites. Let's find out what the heck this thing is. All right, let me go ahead and share this. I'm pretty sure it's this. So DMTR, its rank is 2653. Now if you guys state to me that it has something to do with FedNow, and yeah, Max, you won't believe this, man. FedNow is featuring this, and Sky Gal's sister's aunt's cousin's second nephew is basically featuring this. And you know how you're talking about that one project being Conflux being Chinese Matic. Well, this is Chinese ADA, man. It's gonna go to the moon. All right, I'm just kidding. All right, so let's just seriously get back into this. All right, DMTR, Dimitra, I don't know. Kind of sounds Russian. Dimitra, DMTR, let's see, it's a token, doesn't have a blockchain. No, I'm kidding. All right, so it's up 21.88%. Volume is close to 4 million, 80% up on that. Has an unconfirmed market cap of 1.5 million. Self-circulating supply, again, that's unconfirmed, but that's self-reported, of 19,225,000. Max supply is at 1 billion. Total supply is at 60. Am I reading that right? So hold on. Max supply is 1 billion and total supply is 60 million. Interesting. All right. When did this thing come out? So it came out roughly, I don't know, sometime in September 2021. It looks like this might have been an airdrop. I mean, that's the way it's looking to me. Oh, this is a blatant rug pull, bro. I mean, you know how many projects look like that, right? XRP looks like that. Literally, what? Jasmine looks like that. So I'm not saying that, guys. All right, so more info in regards to this. So currently, yeah, up to 21.2%, pushing up 8 cents. There's some of the live data. They don't have a summary up here yet. Okay, so Max literally has to take a deep dive into this. Okay, it's not a deep dive. It's an intro. Let's pull this up. Actually, let's see what's their community. Do they have a community? They have a community. All right, so they have a Twitter community. Let's see what's going on with that. They have 33,000 followers. Okay. All right, so we're going to jump actually to the site. Hold on a second. So let's open up in a new tab for that. All right, here we go. So what is this? Data-driven farming. Increase yield, reduce costs, mitigate risk. All right, a lot of projects make that claim. All right, every smallholder farmer, regardless of economic status, should be able to benefit from simple, beautiful, and useful technology, because when farmers thrive, economies thrive. All right, we are so excited. Oh, they were the winner of the W3B and Blockchain World 2022 Entrepreneurship Award in the Industry of Solutions category. Okay, that's cool. Dimitra Connected Farmer Platform. Let's see how long this video is. It's only 1:30. All right, so this is a brief intro. All right, let's go ahead and play this. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. This is the DMTRA news you're looking for. Lionel Richie. Here we go.
The world has a problem. Millions of smallholder farmers barely produce enough to feed their families. Why? They lack modern solutions to monitor crops and livestock, the means to preserve and restore the land. And chemicals, deforestation, and climate change create new threats. Without help, small farms will struggle to survive. At Dimitra, our connected farmer platform delivers blockchain, machine learning, IoT, and satellite data to smallholder farmers worldwide, empowering each user with cutting-edge technology and services. We generate value across a new ecosystem, value in which we all share as farmers, Dimitra token holders, and members of a global community, where each user, regardless of economic status, has access to simple, beautiful, and life-changing technology to increase yield, reduce cost, and mitigate risk. Crop after crop, herd after herd, season after season, Dimitra improves the lives of farmers worldwide.
Are you freaking kidding me? The tokenization of agriculture, the tokenization of farming. Let's freaking go. Let's find out more about this. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Let's jump into this for a second. Oh yeah. Yeah, let's take a look into this. You got me interested already. All right, so let's pull this up a little bit more. And I think I'm getting a little bit of lag. Hold on. Yeah, I think I might be getting a tad bit of lag going on. Oh, not good. Well, all right, here we go. I'm back. It just needed a refresh for a brief moment. All right, so let's share this again. And I'll come out of the full screen. All right, Dimitra is how it's pronounced. Okay, so we're going to get more into this for just a brief bit. It's not going to be the deepest dive or anything. It's just an intro, okay? Everybody should do their own research. Just because I say let's freaking go doesn't mean let's go out and buy the whole thing, right? You got to do your own research. I'm not giving you financial advice. Are you kidding me? I just found out about this thing. You guys are requesting it. It's just an intro. All right, their applications. Global operating system for ag tech, obviously agriculture. Okay. Connected farmer platform, Dimitra's livestock guru platform, all sorts of stuff right here, right? It says Dimitra's connected farmer platform is available to farmers across the world. The platform is targeted at supporting small farmers to record their farming activities. Ooh, man, I got something juicy for you guys. If you remember doing remember if you stayed late for WrestleMania at the end, how I mentioned HNT. So let's read this real quick, but you got to check out my deep dive I did for HNT last video. You requested me looking at this. You might want to look into that. Anyway, the platform is targeted at supporting small farmers to record their farming activities, create and receive detailed dashboard reports, and receive recommendations that will allow them to make informed decisions that directly impact their profitability and standard of living. Wouldn't that be something if somebody had an HNT miner and they're tracking the farming activity? I should say tracking farming activity, but let's face it, a lot of these times you're way out in the middle of nowhere and there is no Wi-Fi and you're scraping data. To me, it's just like the two kind of go hand in hand. Anyway, I don't want to get off topic too much, but it says the platform integrates a series of advanced technologies, including AI, blockchain, satellite, drones, IoT. My God. Sensors provide farmers with actionable data that fundamentally improves their operations across several financial and sustainable metrics. All right, let's talk about the token, I guess. The DMTR token provides a catalyst that drives the ever-expanding connected farmer ecosystem. Dimitra launched a digital token to accelerate achieving our mission, enriching the lives of small to medium-sized farmers everywhere to grow economies around the world. All right, so what about token holders? How is this going to help them? Token holders help drive platform growth, ecosystem development, and expedite the delivery of our app to millions of farmers. Our token delivers great utility within our ecosystem, and the ongoing growth of our platform will create a compounding effect on the network for years to come. How so? Well, a little bit of what they explained in that video. There's some things in regards to the tokenomics. DMTR is the exchange-based utility token created on the Ethereum blockchain. That's the only thing. Why ERC20? Should have went with the XDC20, but I get it. Transactions are always verifiable and transparent via Etherscan in the Ethereum blockchain. Okay. So there's inquiries. Is there anything more in regards to this? I'm sure there's a white paper. There's got to be a light paper. It's got to be something, right? Let me see. All right, let's go further down. They do have a white paper. Let's check that out for a second. I'm not going to read the whole thing. How long is the white paper? Because a decent white paper is at least 20 pages. There's 58 pages. That's a good sign. All right, there's an introduction to this. Hold on a second. All right, just a second. Farmer first design. Hold on. Sorry, I'm kind of like speed skimming through this. Acceleration. I'm going to read this real quick. Acceleration, important. Let me blow this up a little bit more for you guys so you can see it a little bit better. Excuse me. Let's just blow it or turn it down just a tad. All right. An important element of inclusive ecosystem development is enhancing platform functionality. Dimitra is looking for innovative technology concepts from within global regions we operate. Companies will have the opportunity to participate in a 3-month mentoring and support program with the intention of developing an MVP and go-to-market strategy. They are looking for startups with innovative technology concepts that have the potential to change the world of agriculture. There's prizes. Wow, 10,000 prizes are available, 8 distinct regions with 100,000 available to the most impactful and innovative solution. That's pretty cool. All right, token participation. That's good to mention all that. Let's obviously when we want to know about the opportunity. So the Dimitra ecosystem grants are designed to spur economic development through agro-related job creation, skill development, and technology training. The ecosystem grants will subsidize the startup costs for thousands of budding agro entrepreneurs. Aha. This is kind of like the magic moment, if you will. So like even with Jasmine, right? They got the Jasmine grant. Remember how we made a big deal about that? Grants are the path forward for any particular project because it allows it incentivizes projects to build on the platform, and then from there, whether it's with Jasmine or whether it's with Dimitra, right? They will handpick the ones that make the cut, right? And you're looking, of course, for ones that stand out. So that's a good thing, and I'm glad I'm pointing that out right here. But yeah, we'll subsidize the startup cost for thousands of budding agro entrepreneurs who are looking to start small businesses in support of Dimitra ecosystem. These agro service technicians are creating new jobs and are necessary to deliver the combination of on-ground services to maximize farmer success. If it was me and I was part of this particular team and I was like gung-ho Dimitra, it might be a case where literally you take this thing all across the United States, and you literally pitch the use case here of how this is going to be a win-win for the project of Dimitra and obviously for farmers, right? Because let's face it, guys, come on, think about everything that's going on with supply chain problems for farmers and you name it. I mean, the whole thing with the bird flu is a different situation of farmers killing their hens and so on because let's face it, the bird flu is a different situation. But if you can actually show solid, I guess you could say, use case for this platform, that could be pretty big in itself, because when we talk about um, the whole use case for crypto, like what kind of utility does it have? Well, we already, listed some use cases here. So the next step basically to me is adoption. So I mean, I'm glad you guys are mentioning this, and obviously you're pretty gung-ho. How about this? These partners, it says, will inventory, install, and deliver sensors, conduct soil and crop analysis, operate precision drones, advise on irrigation, take genetic samples, and set up gateways and antennas. Our Demetra Academy will train this global network of agricultural service providers who will also play a critical role in maximizing the possible benefit that Demetra can deliver. This invitation is for the change makers. Okay, we get that. I'm not going to jump into all this. So I want to see if there's any other particular areas part of this white paper for a second. Open hardware ecosystem, training program. That's always good things. No farmer left behind. All right. So they got a farmer points program and a farmer no left behind program. That is where I want to look at this real quick, because at the end of the day, if you can't have an aha moment for the guys that are doing the heavy lifting, if you will, the actual farmers, then you don't got squat. So let's jump to down page 42 real quick. And let's see where we're at real quick. So let's just type it in real quick right here. 42. Here we are. The Farmer Points Program. This is a deep dive. This turned into a deep dive. So you sparked my interest, and maybe I sparked some of you guys' interest as well. It's not part of the lineup, but you know what? The name of the show is called Do Your Own Research with Max. We are doing the research. So Farmer Points Program. Each farmer on the platform receives Demetra points to incentivize their usage of the system. Rewarding behaviors which maximize farming results create an additional incentive to the farmer, which in turn increases farmers' outputs while reducing their costs and or mitigating the risk. The farmer can earn points by the following. I want to state this. The reason why we're outlining this, we could be raw. Oh, this looks cool. This is going to go to the moon and all those particular things as an investor. But at the end of the day, if this is designed for benefiting farmers, then you need that, like I mentioned, you got to have that aha moment, right? Where it's like, this could really help farmers, man. You're not understanding. Maybe obviously me, myself, and I, and a few other guys already realize it. That's why we mentioned this. So, or why you guys are mentioning this to us and for us to look into it. All right, registering and managing livestock. The farmer can earn points off of this. Recording livestock births and purchases, recording veterinary checks, recording inoculations, recording feed and supplements, recording the sale of livestock, registering and managing crops, using the system functionality for field preparation, planting, harvest, and post-harvest activities, using the marketplace, posting an ad, buying through the marketplace, premium ads, get premium points, providing data via forums, sensors, devices, drone readings, satellite, and accompanying the IoT devices. Now, in regards to the points, it says they are recorded within the application itself and have a direct relationship to the Demetra token. To minimize gas fees, I'm glad they're addressing this because this is ERC20. Okay, you caught my attention there. We use a roll-up function. It takes a snapshot of the centralized points ledger, and then we write that snapshot data as a cryptographic hash to the blockchain. 10% of Demetra tokens are reserved to fund the farmer-based points platform, incentivize Demetra ecosystem consumption. Demetra tokens and points can be utilized to purchase agricultural services from other members of the Demetra ecosystem. This assists in developing the business of ecosystem members and creates a sustainable network economy within the ecosystem. As demand grows, farmers will be incentivized to use the system more and more and earn to or buy more tokens in order to receive discounts on future Demetra ecosystem services. Interesting. If you think about this, it's a totally different project. So BNB, right? With BNB, the only utility technically that the coin has is you get a discount on Binance, right? For holding the coin. This is a little bit similar, but obviously there's a lot more utility than that. Because at least these farmers are going to receive discounts for on future Demetra ecosystem services. How about this? Demonstrate Impact Fund, no farmer left behind. There's a lot to it. To this. Hold on a second. One objective of demonstrative investments is to leverage these funds by creating a consortium of government, industry, and aid organizations and NGOs. This combination of stakeholders with a group focus on specific agriculture projects creates multiple incentives for the farmer and greatly enhances the utility of the ecosystem, creating an increased demand for token. I like how they say that, because when it comes to any crypto project, if you don't have, you could have supply, but do you have supply and demand? And is it trending? Like they call the crypto trifecta. So that's good that they're addressing that. So creating increased demand for tokens provide for ecosystem participant usage, I should say, of the platform. Grants to governments are also converted to revenue for Demetra, creating further functional development, which drives demand for token and point. Ooh, I like that. Why do I like that? Well, I'll state this. It's one thing to incentivize farmers, but it's another thing to get the government on board. Hence why, I know it's totally different, guys, but let's face it. Hence why we look at projects like DAG. That's why we look at other projects that are tied into, for instance, maybe the government, right? So this has a lot of potential, obviously. These grants will be vetted based on their likelihood of providing effective assistance to smaller farmers, but also based on the program's capability to become self-funding within 24 to 36 months. Seriously? That's like, wow. That sounds like a long time, but it is not a long time. 10% of the released tokens will be reserved annually for operational grants. That's good. So they're preparing for the future. Demetria will partner with developing nations. Developing nations? They're looking to go farther than that? They're just the US? That's bullish. All right. Connected farmer platform at a significant discount or free of charge to smallholder farmers. So unlike Walmart, right? Walmart's not with farmers, but you like the idea that they're not going to just backhand the smaller farmers, right? And just go with, ones that own thousands and thousands of acres or whatever, right? Supporting these small holder farmers will create a cyclical effect of helping farmers break the cycle of subsistence farming. As they increase their revenues, the farmers will begin to procure additional technology from within the Demetra ecosystem. Very interesting. All right. Let me see what else we got here real quick. Ecosystem grants. You could take more of your own deeper dive into this. Obviously, you should always check out any white paper. Token appreciation. Ooh, I do want to pay attention to this real quick. I know this is not part of the plan, guys, and it's okay. Let's talk about this real quick. Token appreciation. Demetra's market opportunity is massive as we are operating in one of the world's largest untapped technology. This project in itself, you knew, if you think about it, right, eventually somebody was going to do something like this, right? The tokenization of agriculture. How many times have we mentioned on the show or in even other shows, right? The tokenization of anything and everything. Here's another perfect example of that. The tokenization of agriculture. There are more than 608 million family farms around the world, representing almost 3 billion people, occupying between 70 to 80%. Yeah, we get it. There's a lot of them. But this interests me. Scarcity. Finite supply of 1 billion tokens. Right. There's not that many of the tokens. This might interest somebody like Mike Cornwell, right? Scheduled distribution. This might interest anybody in reality if you follow this stuff. Let's talk about the utility. We should talk about the utility. I'm glad I got to this part of the white paper. So utility, farmer point program, farmer receives points, converts. So here's the whole outline of the utility. I'm going to have to chop this up and put it into an intro video, by the way. I will do that. I don't know if I get it done tonight. I am so backed up on all the work I got to do, all the Jasmine videos, all that stuff I got to do. Anyway, utility, farmer point program, farmer receives points, converts the tokens and spends them for agricultural services. They have validators and staking programs, sets up physical nodes and proof of work staking, which returns data fees in the form of demonstrative tokens back to the ecosystem. I mean, a lot of projects do that, right? What really separates this from the pack? Data exchange for farmer points is aggregated for anonymity. I never can pronounce that word right. I don't know why. And provided to universities. Ooh, governments. Ooh, returning revenue to the token network. Ooh, even if you only had 1 or 2 universities that would pick this up, that in itself would be big. And then if that snowballs and you get the government on board, a lot of people are like, well, isn't that counterintuitive? We want something decentralized. You're not looking at it from the right perspective. You're looking at it from the perspective that government being incentivized through some of the programs that are outlined here, right? We get the whole thing of like, oh, our government's anti-crypto. Well, if they're going global with this, don't look at it from, again, kind of like XRP. Don't look at it just like, oh, well, if XRP loses or Ripple loses, there's so many other countries in the world, right? There's another perfect example, right? Like they mentioned, they're going to take this thing worldwide. So agricultural service provider demand, service receives demonstrative tokens for services, including goods and margin. Okay. Agrifinance demand, develop banks and aid organizations provide funding through the platform, which increases demand for demonstrative tokens. If anything, you do realize that they have a plan forward. They're not just winging it. This is a very well-written white paper. Hey, how about this, guys? You want an example of a well-written white paper? Here's a well-written white paper. This is not a light paper. You know how many times I've seen white papers from ERC20 projects? I'm like thinking to myself, this is not a white paper. It's like barely a light paper. This is a well-written white paper. So shout out to this team for doing a good job writing this. Government ministry demand. Governments provide additional incentives to farmers to participate in growing programs by adding valuable inputs such as seed, funding, training. This creates additional multiplier effects, expanding system usage. Investment leverage. Okay. I mean, that's good stuff. Consumption incentives, discount sensors, DNA testing, drones, you name it. Price mechanism. That's all good stuff. Software development demand. Okay. Microloan. All right, hold on a second. Token economics. There's a lot more. To me, these are areas where I don't know. I don't read some of my papers. Don't get me wrong. I might read close to the whole thing. Some of them, I'll be honest, I won't, because a lot of it's just super technical stuff. But those are the areas I think that we should all look at for the most part. Increased token consumption plus limited token supply equals increased token value. This solution allows us to enhance the lives of millions of Africans within the continent and in I can't even pronounce it, and help bring Africa's superfoods to a global market. This technology will empower our people and our farmers. See, I apologize. I was looking at it from the perspective of US. This is obviously not it. Empower people and our farmers. That's super cool. That is pretty darn cool. So, I mean, this is going to help some, African countries, right? That is awesome. All right, there's more details about all the, the economic growth. All right. So, I think for the most part, and let me jump out of this for a second. I think for the most part, we got this. Except for the markets. Yeah, let's jump into the markets for just a brief moment. If you're wondering, if you're like, well, that sounds cool, where can I get this? Well, you can get this probably not on many markets. I'm wrong. But wait, there's more. You get off a KuCoin? Really? A lot of volume on KuCoin. Well, I'll be darned. All right, so if you don't want to do centralized route, you can go decentralized with Uniswap. They're also on Gate.io and BKEX. If it was me, guys know me, I'd probably go with KuCoin. I'll be damned, man. No wonder you guys are talking about this. Well, hopefully that made your day. Shout out to you guys for introducing it to us. And there was my unofficial deep dive in regards to Dimitra. There's a lot of potential there. I just on the surface, I would say this looks like a pretty good project. I would want to personally look in a little bit more into it. That's just me, you know. I want to see some other particular people's breakdown and so on, and see if there's another like aha moment. But come on, the tokenization of agriculture, and this is going to help some African countries, their farming industry. All right. Well, thank you to you guys for bringing it to our attention. I am now probably over an hour behind in the comments now, but it's okay. Shout out to me, myself, and I, and whoever else basically was like, hey, man, DMTRA, you know, you got to look into it. We definitely looked into it. So, or DMTR, excuse me. It's now definitely part of my list. I don't know if I we'll get into it right now, but there's so many projects I want to get into, basically. But I want to state this looks like a really good, solid project, and man, it's definitely unique, and that was a very well written white paper. So, all right, I think a super chat came through. I do appreciate that. Let me jump into that. I think it's from Make 'em Take 'em, aka Mock 'em Talk 'em. All right, let's see where we're at. Make 'em take 'em with a $20 super chat. Man, thank you so much. He says, Max, the ultimate t-shirt. Well, thanks, man. I mean, I try to just I try to speed read, you know, because I mean I don't want to turn things into a Beeler moment, but I really thank you, Make 'em Take 'em, and I want to welcome you back, man. I haven't seen you in the longest time. Really cool seeing you. And when you show up over on 2-Bit Cryptos, you know, tell him I said, you know, the way that he pronounces mock 'em, talk 'em is the way to freaking pronounce Make 'em Take 'em, right? So cool stuff. And thank you again for the $20 super chat, man. That was really nice of you. With that said, I don't even know where the heck I'm gonna be in these comments. So let me see where we're at. I'm sure you guys do appreciate that you know, we covered DMTR. Very cool stuff. And let's see where we're at. I think Edward Vincent's here. Shout out to you, man. Go follow him on Rumble. If you don't do it, your dog's gonna take a crap in your shoes. I'm just kidding. I don't know where I came up with that either. And also, if you don't follow Steve the Canadian and watch the Lazy Shaman show, then your cat, if you own a cat, instead of it going into the kitty litter, is also going to take a crap in your shoes. Yep. All right. Shout out to you, Steve. Good to see you, man. All right. So I'm just trying to go further up. And yeah, I'm just getting started. I don't know why I do. Some people say, I don't see how you do that stuff. I don't see how you go 5 hours. I get excited about talking about stuff. Here's the thing. If I see 3 or 4 people saying, like, you know, for instance, you know, Max DMTR, right? I'm not going to ignore that. No, I'm not going to ignore that. If he just gives us one random guy and he's just like, the dog crap in the moon. What? Piece of crap to the moon. What? V5. You want me to get into dog crap Inu instead of V5? Yeah. I want you to get into it. To the moon. To the moon and it's in a V5? Yeah. I want you to look into my coin. Your coin? Which is it? You sure it's not a token? It's ERC20. All right. Well, thanks for stopping by. You know? Anyway. I am so far behind in the comments. It's okay. We got good problems. It was worth it. Definitely worth it. All right. So this is where we're last at. That comment was at 7:52. Let me see how I'm out of time. Oh my God. I'm at 8:58. I'm well behind, way behind the comments. Oh, it's all right. I think these are old comments. Let's see where I'm really at. Here it was. Here, me, myself, and I. You better still be around, man. Unless you're like, you know what? Max covered DMTR. Now I'm going to jump into the next content creator and see if he will cover it as well. I'm going to pump my bags all the way. No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. All right. Brian Now he states Durant played with Harden, Westbrook, Curry, Clay. He played with a lot of talent, but you also got to keep in mind, some people say, there was 3 former league MVPs on the Oklahoma City Thunder, and they couldn't win it all. And Stephen A. Smith, I will agree with him on this. They were all puppies at that point, right? Puppy Dog Inu. Let's go. No, I'm kidding. All right. Let's see where Big Watch Dude is because I'm a fan of big watches. LOL, 45 millimeter or larger, 52 millimeter size is the sweet. Oh, that's cool. I never knew that. Oh, you have. I always thought you did this. You're going to think this is corny, my friend. So Big Watch, hopefully you're still watching. Yeah, literally have watches on. Who would have thought, right? I used to think that he's doing this because he's invested into the triple X's, right? XRP, XDC, XLM, right? Duh. So people used to say back in the right? Well, I can't say that apparently on cancel culture. Sorry about that. You can say what you want about Elon, but he's playing chess while others are playing checkers. Yeah, absolutely. You can say that about Michael Jordan back in his prime too. He was playing chess while everybody else was playing checkers. Anyway, Larry says hit the like button. Man, that's a long time ago. Lazy Jedi says, what up, Max? What up, Lazy Jedi with the freaking Mace window lightsaber? Go check out the freaking, check out their show, the Lazy Shaman Show, featuring who? Lazy Jedi, Steve the Canadian. They're going to boil it, mash it, stick it in a stew. Potatoes. Yes. All right. Joyce says she's got to leave. She has allergies. I'm sorry. Have a good night, Joyce. Hope you feel better. You're long gone by now. All right. Let's go further down. You guys talking about Kobe? Ooh. You guys are talking about my old comments about the Blazers from 2000. Brett Meador from Portland, good guy. Kobe threw an alley-oop to Shaq near the end of the game. Yeah, I know. Everybody was rooting for them. Even my friends were rooting for the Lakers and my non-Portland friends, right? The ones who are like Suns fans and stuff, or or Laker fans also. And they're like, rub it in my face. That's right. Nobody will ever root for Portland. The only people root for Portland are from Portland. Even most of those people don't even root for Portland. You need to hop on the bandwagon. I'm like, nope. I will be a Blazer fan forever, even if they're the worst team. So that's just the way I am. All right, Ginobili was from Argentina. Ginobili, yep. All right, Crypto Smith, what's up, Max? Got my news camera ready to go? I did announce that over there. That's super cool. April Cornwell's in the house. She says, hey. She don't really say that, but I say it that way. Hey, with the flowers. Thank you, April, for stopping by. Big Watch Dude. Hey, Sean, is that why you didn't stream tonight? That's exactly why you didn't stream tonight. Brittany's in the house. Top Shelf Crypto's in the house. Sean the Crypto Smith is in the house. Lazy Jedi says, is the Lazy Shaman Show on there, Max? Oh, no, it is not. I got to update that guy again. I will get that on there. I do apologize. Sorry about that. I know you're probably like, yeah, that's right, Max. You freaking told me a long time ago. Yeah, Big Watch Camera has died. It's dead. XRP 50 billion supply. April Cornwall, you had a good Saturday. That's cool stuff. Kev Cleveland says, what's up? Oh, happy Jasmine Day. I love it when Kev Cleveland just stops in. He's just like, hey, what's up, all? Kev Cleveland here, whatever, But the key thing is Kev Cleveland shows up, and he just keeps showing up, man. So, Kev, don't think I don't appreciate you, man. Thank you for being here. Really cool stuff. All right. We are 2 hours in, and Max is just getting started. Send it. Lol. Oh, jeez. WrestleMania. Here we come. Oh, God. The Crypto Smith is the bomb. He is the bomb, man. He's a cool dude. Very, very cool guy. If it wasn't for Larry, I wouldn't even know who Crypto Smith is. So, shout out to Larry. John Francis says, I didn't hold Bitcoin, Ethereum, or Litecoin, Lisa, long enough then, but did fairly well. Oh, okay. I mean, I had ETH at 100 and a 2019. Oh, no. Oh man, John Francis, I'm sorry, man. Thinking me, myself, and I. Oh, hey, Max. Hey, everyone. He goes, love and fire. Well, thank you for that, Mr. Steve the Canadian. John Francis says the key, I think, is hold on to the good crypto at least a percentage. Okay. Yes, featuring Steve the Canadian. Yes, can't forget that. I'll read a couple more comments. Marvin Davis, yo. Uh-oh. Yo. Please don't expose yourself with an actual answer. But XRP rich list where you position this may help some hit the target bag goals. I was going to bust a rap, but anyway. At first I thought you were going to have something like yo, please don't expose yourself with an answer. My name is Marvin Davis. I play basketball like I'm the opposite of cancer. I'll be the flamethrower. I'll whoop a noob like he's at a rave separating from his fam because he don't know how to behave now. And I say what's up to Mr. Nelly there. No, I'm kidding. All right, Nelly there has to go. Take it easy. So he has to spend some time delivering some food parcels to the underprivileged. Ooh, that is awesome, man. Well, I'm glad you're doing that, man. I mean, underprivileged need help too. Cool. You're in Philippines. I am not in the Philippines, but my mom was from there. And then her mother was half Chinese, half Filipino, and her grandma was from mainland China, and then her grandfather was from mainland Philippines. But they were killed by Imperial Japan in World War II, unfortunately, her grandparents. Not on the famous Bataan Death March, but it was a death march. So, yeah. Brian Dowie says Marvin top 10% XRP rich list isn't a crazy amount. Big Watch Dude, I'm shocked at how small XRP holder list is relative to other projects. Okay. All right, let me see if you guys said anything in regards to what I was stating earlier for whatchamacallit project. DMTR. Oh, we got a few more super chats. Okay, sorry about that. Let me go further down. Let me see. Yeah, what the heck is DMTR? So I'm getting close to it, even though it's like an hour away from it. It's AI for agriculture, the tokenization of agriculture. Looks like a rug. Yeah, well, XRP also looked like a rug on the chart, didn't it? So did Jasmine. Look how that turned out. Two things I always picture together is farmers and crypto. And your rug. No, I'm kidding. All right, let me get to this darn super chat. Hold on. I got to read a couple of these before I get the super chats real quick. Apparently, Demetra is a female given name of Greek origin, which means earth mother or fertility goddess. Oh, very cool. Oh, God, you said fertility goddess. DGen talk is immediately has kicked in. I bet you anything. All right. Oh, God, here it goes. Sean, I've been waiting for Max's deep dive. I knew it. I called that way before that comment. Way before. Even though I'm on delay, I called that. You know I called that. Anyway. Me, myself, and I. My work here is done. Thank me later, Max. I knew you were going to leave. I called that too. He's going to go on into a freaking another content creator who's doing a live stream. And he's going to be like, hey, man, check out DMTR. All right. I got to go further down. I got to get to the super chat. My bad. Great show. Slow build up and great finish. Thank you. Yes, go check out Sean the Crypto Smith over there. If you don't do it, like I said earlier, your dog is going to crap in your shoes. All right. Just sub. Cool. That's what we want to see. All right. I swear I'm going to get down to this comment. Hold on. I want to create a more serious YouTube channel. It would probably start as a comedy crypto channel. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I thought you were going to say something bad, but not really. I will make a donation of 1,000 to Max, and Sean's channel Stellar goes to 10. I'm still trying to get to that darn super chat. There's so many comments, I can't just jump to it. I swear I'm trying to get to your super chat. This is a while back. Thank you again, though. What's your most bullish project? Is it Jasmine? Oh man, that's a good one. I mean, there's so many that I'm into: Quant, XRP, XLM. My top, I'll just tell you this much, all right? My top 5: Quant, XRP, XLM, XDC, HBAR. But I do put Jasmine now at my number. I think I put it at number 6. Yeah, it's in there. And the reason why, you got to keep in mind that is because, I mean, some people want me to say, well, how could you say that? How come it's not your number 1? I'm also a realist, and I do believe in Jasmine. Don't get me wrong. I have a decent sized bag of Jasmine. But the reason why I state that is because now you're starting to see they're really getting that momentum. And so, and these other projects, I mean, come on, they're a little bit more established and so on. A lot of people still look at Jasmine as like, is that, I guess you could say like a little bit more riskier compared to the others. But now that we've seen Hara getting himself out there, he went to Hong Kong, he was with the likes of Amazon Web Services and stuff like that. You got to keep in mind, Jasmine was not in my top 10 originally, right? So they have leapfrogged themselves way up there. But yeah, very, very bullish. And I don't want people to take that the wrong way. It's just, you got to keep in mind, I'm in about 50 different projects, and a lot of those, like, come on. I mean, I'm into quant, for crying out loud. And that's, to me, like, not to say that Jasmine won't be generational wealth. Like I mentioned, Jasmine very well much could get us to the promised land first. But there's quite a few projects I feel very bullish on. Jasmine is definitely up there. Check the other screen, Max. Yes, I'll have to do that right now. My bad. All right, let's check the other screen and see where we're at. $9.99 super chat. All right, me, myself, and I. My bad. All right, let's go down. There he is. That's Gary Best. Thank you for getting into DMTR. When was that? 8:58. It was only about a 12-minute delay. That's how we go about things here, right? So you're very welcome. Glad to do it. And I saw, again, like roughly 3 or 4 of you guys were like, looking to DMTR and so on. I think there's another super chat. Let me see here. I want to welcome Mike. Again, hello to Somo Flood. I'm starting to get I'm catching whatever Crypto Hulk has with the anyway, I'm just kidding, but or am I? All right, Rudy Jean Baptist, thank you so much for the 99 super chat. I want to state this. Rudy Jean Baptist, I saw your super chat on the other screen briefly. So at a distance, I was like, Tracy McGrady. And then I was just like, then I zoomed in. I'm like, no, that ain't no Tracy McGrady, but right on. I'm glad you have an avatar yourself. Very cool. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. The reason why I said that is because, I'm literally thinking NBA basketball, right? And Tracy McGrady, when I was younger, he was one of my favorite basketball players. He'll go down in history. He didn't win a ring, but man, he that whole game of being down by was it 8 points or 10 points with 35 seconds to go against the Spurs in 2004 and came back and win that thing. Oh man, that was one of the most amazing games I've ever seen. Thank you again so much for the $10 super chat. Hope to see more of you. And guys, let's give a warm welcome to Rudy Jean Baptist. Just remind me, are you one of the guys who said, hey, look into DMTR? Just kind of remind me, because there's a lot of comments. But thank you again. Wes, sorry for the wait. $5 super chat. Thank you so much. He says 76ers all the way. I can't blame you. What you got going on over there in Philadelphia. We'll have to see how it goes, basically. But I think the process, right, is no longer the process, right? He definitely deserves a different nickname. I think he's already gotten it. He might very well get the MVP. James Harden. I mean, yeah, he's past his prime, but there's still things that he's trying to do. He's trying to prove himself. I think he's finally coachable at this point in his career. And he's accepted, his role. But yeah, I mean, you never know. The Sixers could finally possibly go to the finals. I don't know. I think maybe Eastern Conference Finals could be something like it's going to be really interesting. I mean, will it be the Sixers? Will it be the Bucks? I don't know. I mean, you can't really deny the Bucks either, but yeah, I think it's like kind of like now or never for the Sixers too. I mean, there's a lot of teams that run out of time. But yeah, thanks for the $5 super chat. And, Good luck with your team moving forward. And thank you for dropping the $5 super chat, Wes. Appreciate you, man. Crypto Pharaoh states, Max, do you foresee a shakeout in retailers being locked out from purchasing certain cryptocurrencies? Yeah, it could happen. When it happens, I don't have the answer, but I'll state this much. If you're into crypto, and I don't think anybody's doing this, but if somebody did, then what the heck are you doing? So if somebody was like, yeah, I'm going to, I live in Massachusetts and I'm going to reelect Elizabeth Warren, right? It's like at this point, it doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican or independent like myself. Why would you do that? So I think there's going to be things like that where you're going to have a collective group who is naive to understanding blockchain technology or DLT and all the use cases and so on. And it sucks to see that happen here in the US. I guess a little bit of that is happening in Canada. When Tokenizer was on the show, he was talking about, he's like, he wanted to be a validator, I believe, for, I don't know if it was for Energy Web Token or DAG, but he couldn't do so due to regulations even in Canada. And I was like, oh man, that's going to suck. So there could very well be that. I'm also at the point where if it happens, then don't be surprised. Like I mentioned before, you could see whether it's mini Black Swan events or more Black Swan events. Any of that crap, if it does happen, I'm not saying it's going to happen for sure. If it does happen, I am on the record. I have stated before, this was probably about a week ago I stated this, that it's just going to mean more mini Black Swan events. So, and the reason for that is because you could totally tell at this point, in my opinion, this is, I hate to say it, it seems like it's almost orchestrated or planned at this point. I'm not the biggest conspiracy guy, even though people are like, well, you showed the sneakers movie. I get that, right? But my thing is, think of everything that happened in 2022 leading up to what recently happened before, like, in my opinion, the bull run started happening. A shakeout could happen anytime. It could happen in a bull market. It can happen whenever, right? And that's just the sad thing about, like I said, Black Swan events can happen all the time too. At Max Lou, LOL. Oh, okay. John Francis, Max, you should do cartoon voiceovers. I've always dreamed of doing that. And I told my friend who's actually an agent that I would love to do stuff like that, but he's like, those are really hard to find. You need to live in the LA area. I don't know. But every now and then I do pay attention to that and see if it's like in the local thing. It's called there's this lady. She's called it's called Hell on Wheels Productions, but it's called Hell on Wheels. There's another one. It's called Durant. Well, it's called DurantCom.com. They're a local publication, not publication, but audition notice and so on. So I used to be really, really like auditioning for quite a few things in the early 2000s. And I used to be on an improv team back in 2007. It was a paid gig. I had some disagreements with the director because he just took the whole passion out of the whole thing. Like, it's like people are doing this because they love what they do, and he was making it more like just a regular job. And for the wages they were paying, yeah, we got paid, but it wasn't like super great pay. And it was just like, this is not even worth it anymore. You know what I mean? It just kind of like killed it. So I moved on. And, a lot of those people were, I don't know, there might be a few people still doing it and whatnot, but it was nice being part of the improv team. Anyway, I missed the super chat again. What the heck? Me, myself, and I, thanks for the deep dive on DMTR. Appreciate you, Max. Yeah, you're very, very welcome. My bad, man. Sorry about that. Thank you again for this, or thank you and everybody else here for the super chats. Really do appreciate it. You're very welcome. And it seems like a really good project, to be honest. If I didn't think it did, I wouldn't say it did. I'll just be like, all right, well, we looked into it and I just want to set anything or whatever, right? But it does seem like a really good project. And I don't know if it means like I'm going to go out and buy some right now. I'm not saying that. Because you got to keep in mind, I'm also at the point where I just want to stack more of what I have. But you never know. I mean, this could be something that is definitely worth looking more into. It's got scarcity. There's not that big of a supply, technically speaking. Yeah, there's other projects with less coins and so on, but it's literally the tokenization of African agriculture. I mean, how cool is that? That's super cool. All right, but thank you again. I want to read this comment from Some of Flood. Actually, he says, "West, stop that mess. Cavs are the best." Yeah, you got a pretty decent team. I really like how Donovan Mitchell has played for the Cavs all season long. I'm not going to make him take. I'm not going to talk. Max, when was the last time you did a whole show in different voices? I don't know. I did that one show where I was wearing the Panama hat or the fedora. Technically, it was a Panama hat, right? It was a real hat. It wasn't a costume hat. Anyway, I did the whole show, and Mike Cornwell was like, "Oh my God, man, your voice has got to be dead. You did that for like 2 hours." And I was like, "Oh my God, it was." I had to drink a whole bunch of water, and which I should be drinking lots of water anyway. But that was a while ago. I can't. Here's the other thing. If I do that again, it can't be a show where I have anybody else on here, and it can't be a show where I have video clips that I have to hear. It has to be video clips where maybe I already reviewed them and I know what it sounds like, because I can't wear these on like a 1920s, 1930s top hat, right? Like a fedora, right? It's just not gonna fit. It's not gonna work. So it'd have to be something like that. All right, let me check the other screen real quick to make sure I didn't miss another super chat. I don't think there is another one. All right. Brian Dowie says, "Max, give us a Larry. It's been a while." Oh God. All right, just for you, my friend. Let me see. Highlight that. $185 wonderful, beautiful people here. Thank you so much for being here. If we can get 200, I will put a hole through this wall. This is not real. You guys got to keep in mind, the reason why I'm able to do that is because I'm a crypto philosopher, and as a philosopher, nobody can sue me. And I just want to, basically show my gratitude for you being here. And, 70 wonderful, beautiful people here. And I don't know. I got to go back to some of the stuff that he used to say. I can't do his voice, obviously. All right, let's go further down. Let me see where we're at. 921. I think I'm getting close because I'm like at 909. Definitely checking it out. Yeah, that seems like a good project. Makeup Take, I can see that. The only thing that concerns me is involving the government. I'm still here, Max. Hush. Okay, thank you. Y'all come back. Y'all come back for some utility talk now, Monday night. I'll make sure Max doesn't get an hour behind the chat. Speaking of which, check out DMTR. That country gonna bring DMTR over here to the Agricultural Center of Mississippi. And I'll show you about the MISSISSPPI, Mr. Brian Dowie. I'll put a freaking hole through this darn virtual background. Why do I sound like I got a bunch of mush in my mouth? Because I do have a bunch of mush in my mouth. Welcome to Crypto Talk Now, straight from Mississippi. That's right. Ole Miss represent. I don't know why I'm doing that voice either. Anyway. Oh, it's because Sean the Crypto Smith got me talking like that. All right. Steak Hex, thank me later. Hey, welcome back. It's been a long time since we've seen you. So he says, biggest airdrop in the history of crypto happening on Pulse Chain. Cool, man. Anyone holding your CR20 on ETH gets a free copy at 1,000 minus gas fees. Okay, thank you. No, I don't think that happened. All right. There can't be any liberals, Democrats, or pinkos here. If you're into crypto, you are a capitalist. Hate to break it to you. Sorry. Okay. Well, thank you for some of your comments. Magic Power says we still have a recession ahead of us. All right. Hex is a cult. Uh-oh, here we go. Papa Doc, what you gonna do? Haha. Hex is a cult. I join any cult that does 10,000 hex. All right. He doesn't sound like that, probably. Anyone checked the Numbers Protocol project? It's a technology to track deepfakes, AI altered images. I heard a Numbers Protocol. I didn't know that's what they did. Interesting. Core Marshall, hello, fam. Max, give us a Larry. I did that. I didn't do it too well. Remind me of what you want me to say. Corium for Life. I think that's a good project. I'm just not into. I know that Crypto Smith likes to cover it. John Francis, Sean, is that the crazy dude Richard Hart? Yes, the Hex guy. Yes, that isn't his real name. Think he got busted for spam fraud years ago. I don't know about that, but he does dress really funny. Anyway, technically speaking, if you're basing Hex off of market cap, they would be in the top 10 easily. Like they'd be either ranked number 7th or 10th. Due to politics, it will never be listed properly on CMC. I just want to throw that out there. You guys probably already knew that, but anyway. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, that's right. He sips the water. Richard Hart is a great shill. He's probably the most richest shill out there, though. Oh yeah, that's right. He does say that. He's like, we got 359 people on Rumble right now on Top Shelf Crypto. Can we not get excited? Can we not get excited for Mr. Edward Vincent of Top Shelf Crypto? I'm telling you flat out, if we don't go follow Edward Vincent on Top Shelf Crypto over at Rumble, I am going to put a fist through this virtual background and patches will jump out of the wall and eat up every single meme token rug pull out there. So help me God. All right. Let's go further down. Hilarious. A community filled with individual crypto sovereignty. Please do not. Okay. Okay. Well, I was thinking you're going to say something else. All right. Never mind. Let's just try to be respectful of each other, please. Try to keep it kind and so on. I would appreciate what you guys. All right. John Francis, he used to. Oh, God. I'm not going to read all this stuff. Let's go further down. River says, more BTC Pay talk, please. Is there a wallet? So I know I should know this right now, but I don't know if there's a wallet. I have to find out more about that. Let me see real quick. Let's see. There's a server wallet, full node reliant, that allows for easy funds management. Each store is configured cryptocurrency as a separate wallet. Hold on a second. Man, that is not it. That's a different thing. I don't see anything in regards to a wallet. Unless I'm missing something here, but it's not showing up what I want. April Cornwell, paging Elon Muff, paging the Muff. Come in, Mr. Elon Muff. Paging Michael Cornwell. Paging Michael Cornwell. Is there a BTC Pay wallet? Come in, Michael Cornwell. All right. I'm sure he probably heard off his TV or something. All right. Let's go further down. Yeah, some of the comments, no offense, I'm going to have to skip some of those. All right. Dingy, hey Max, do you also hold some algo? Yes, I do. Does it compete or complement XRP? I won't say necessarily that it competes with them. I just look at it as it's a good one to have part of my ISO portfolio. And I do consider it the second most green of DLT projects out there. or part of the ISO mix, right? But this whole concept, I said this numerous times, people keep saying that it's a close second as far as being the greenest, right behind HBAR. Just because something is second doesn't mean it's a close second. It doesn't even come close at all whatsoever as far as being more greener than Hedera. Not even remotely close. I wish I had some of the info on me, but we have shared this before. It doesn't even come close. That's not me flooding it. It's just me being real about it. But I like algo. And I don't know. I should have probably bought some back when it was like 18 cents, and I didn't. I bought some other ones, but I'm okay with it. I have a very well-rounded portfolio. And I think a lot of us do those particular things. Like, we stack more on certain assets compared to the other. And there's nothing wrong with it. My thing is, sometimes like I was telling you guys earlier, it's like, don't get crypto tunnel vision. Like we mentioned earlier, like somebody's like, oh, I want to get 1 million Jasmine. All right. So that sounds good. I want to do that too. But what if, something happened in the market and one particular project, I don't know, like let's say not necessarily a hack, but here's an example, HBAR, right? So it's like HBAR technically tanked a little bit. There were more tokens that were released. There was a whole thing of the hack. I mean, yeah, they had like a backup plan, right? An insurance plan for those proxies and so on. But the point is that tanked in value. Well, technically speaking, does a person not buy more HBAR and they buy more? Instead, they buy more Jasmine because they want to reach 1 million. And Jasmine might have had a green candles at the time, and HBAR, for instance, had like 20 or 30% down. My answer would be like, no, man. Maybe you buy more HBAR. Not financial advice, but that's just how I go about things. Anyway, but yes, I definitely hold algo. I think it's a great project, and we did tag it on the lineup, and we're going to try to keep doing that more often. I can't believe this show's turning into WrestleMania, but that's okay. Yeah, you're welcome. No problem. Jill Benray, welcome. Hey, I saw you, Jill, on ctnnetwork.net, and thank you for signing up on there. For the rest of you guys, we'll take a moment to pause for station identification. Check out ctnnetwork.net. Here it is. And if anything, excuse me, it's free. It doesn't cost you anything. You can also send DMs to myself. You can, for instance, post in the forum. And we feature other content creators, right? And here's the thing. I know he's watching. So you need to go over and you need to sub to my fellow co-host on Mondays and Wednesdays, who's Sean the Cryptosmith. I want to take you over to his channel. Now, if you don't do this, I almost can promise you, your dog or your cat will crap in your shoes. Now, I don't know about you, but when I slip into my shoes, I don't want crap in them. So if you don't want crap in your shoes, you will sub to Sean the Cryptosmith, who is the Space Cryptosmith. All right? Now, you cannot tokenize crap that's in your shoes. Not a good thing. But keep in mind, you might be able to use that for supposedly rewards for Mononoke Inu, which is just a great big pile of crap in itself. Where am I going with this? I don't know. But you need to sub to the Cryptosmith. For the love of God, do it. You'll be so happy that you did. You might learn some things about, like, for instance, Tacit, the real blockchain payment for FedNow. Or you might learn about, for instance, some of these other particular projects, like what? Like Metapolitans. Or you might learn about, a little bit more about why Cypherium was delisted from FedNow. Or why XRP should go to the moon, but there's a Corium airdrop. Or the future proof of blockchain such as Casper. Or like, what's his face was talking about Corium, how it's the next layer 1 blockbuster. But the point is this. Sean the Cryptosmith is part of the CTN network family. And if you're not subscribed to him, then what the heck are you doing? Subscribe to Sean the Cryptosmith, or your dog or your cat will take a crap in your shoes. Yes. All right. Let's go further down. All right. But good to have you here, Jill. She's probably like, what in the world did I just tune into? I don't know. Sometimes we go off the rails sometimes, Jill. All right, let's go further down. River says Muff is not here. That's okay. Hold on. Where's Jack? What are we like in the first grade? God. It's okay. You know? How about me? Are you mad? What? Well, your name is Max. You must be mad. What? Are you the savior of Rome? Why? Because of Maximus? Well, clearly you're not the savior of Rome. Why you wear a Portland hat? You should be wearing gladiator armor. Okay. All right. Anyway. Was Austin giving out free muff? Wow. River. That's what I'm thinking, Crypto Smith. John Francis. Max, do a Smokey the Bear. I can't do Smokey the Bear, unfortunately. I could do a Bullwinkle Moose, though. Does anybody remember Bullwinkle Moose? Let me know. All right. Give me just a second. I'll be back in like 10 seconds. All right. That was about roughly 10 seconds, right? Right. Good to see you laughing, Jill. Right on. Portland has some great beer. I would agree with that. They have some great ale places to get some good ale. I miss Portland. I don't like hearing all the stories of all the bad things that's happened since I left, but no worries. Lots of fam in here. Cool. All right, so we're gonna kick it back finally into what we have left. I think we do have a little bit left. Yes. So let's get into a little bit of Ripple XRP, and believe it or not, this is some pretty good stuff in regards to just that. All right, so shout out to this guy who is Working Money. He says, you got to ask yourself, and let me see if I'm in the frame the right way. Okay, yeah. He says, you got to ask yourself, there's a reason why Ripple wants to launch XRP across all global regions all at once. He goes, there's some strategy involved. I think so too. So it says Ripple XRP. Do they want to roll XRP out in the US at the same time as the rest of the world? And why? The liquidity hub FUD. Now, this whole topic of liquidity hub has been, been well searched, well mentioned, especially within the last couple of days. Let's address some of this. So, shout out to Working Money, this guy right here, who is Working Money Channel. And I'll hit a like on this particular one. It says, Ripple XRP, what will listing XRP after a lawsuit verdict mean for Liquidity Hub? Now, if you've been following this is something, again, it's kind of been in crypto Twitter a lot, right? Like this guy says, digital asset investor not using XRP FUD. The not using XRP, FUD started quick about Ripple Liquidity Hub. So here you go. I fast forwarded to this particular part. Listen to this, especially if you hold Ripple, right? Or if you were objective of Ripple's XRP. Special like anyone does so already. And if anything, let's listen to this. Here we go.
Liquidity Hub will support Bitcoin, Ether, XRP, Litecoin, Ethereum Classic, and BCH. But over time, we plan to expand this set of assets, and we provide liquidity for especially as more assets tokenize on blockchains. We're at the very beginning of what this can look like, and we believe that enterprises will one day want to access tokenized assets such as NFTs. The Liquidity Hub is designed with infrastructure and systems to support long-term crypto adoption. And in the future, every customer will join RippleNet with the same base service and a wallet designed to support both crypto and fiat. By adding this technology, customers can take advantage of the latest blockchain-enabled solutions that keep them at the cutting edge. The platform is designed to seamlessly upgrade and add new services as customers want them. In the future, customers can use their Ripple-enabled wallet to custody anything that's tokenized. Crypto liquidity is the common thread that underpins all of our products, from payments to lending to credit. Naturally, we see this as an opportunity for a product to exist around crypto liquidity itself as a standalone experience. Our goal is to ultimately build an ecosystem of enterprise-oriented crypto products that can efficiently and effectively service our customers.
So there you go, guys. Ashish Birla basically explaining what Liquidity Hub was supposed to be. As you guys know, the XRP token had been listed even during the lawsuit. They were expecting to, roll out XRP. I guess they changed their minds because, now we're so close to the end of the lawsuit. I think they have a strategy. I guess I should also mention, who the heck is the production manager on these in-house Ripple video productions? I mean, I would never do this. Look at that. You're supposed to feed the lav mic up the back and then go through the back of the shirt and then through the seam at the top. What is this, amateur hour? Just taking the piss. But I mean, in all honesty, XRP was supposed to be rolled out, and for obvious reasons, it has not been. John Dean also commenting on this. I've seen lots of comments, many of them angry about Ripple not listing XRP with Liquidity Hub after selling billions. So that was, I think, what was getting the XRP community a little riled. Ripple's actions in the past, and then not listing XRP for liquidity, not thinking about all the other implications that could have. Many are pissed, and I think they were vocal against Coinbase for suspending XRP. I wasn't surprised, and that's why I said there's no doubt about the case. He says down here, I wasn't surprised because it's not about how Ripple perceives XRP. The Ripple folks clearly don't believe XRP is a security, or they would not spend $100 million fighting the SEC. So guys, this is the thing, right? What they're not telling us is that they have confidence XRP is not going to be deemed a security. And so they want to play their cards right up until the last point when they have to go to court. And I mean, if the SEC appeals, that's a whole other thing. But John Deaton says, it's about other companies, especially U.S. publicly traded companies, and the risk they perceive. So Ripple is taking their not just companies that they do business with, but American companies specifically into account because they do not want to mess this up. Crypto Pharmacist down here saying Ripple just covered the regulatory rear end in the U.S. with this move, and it's what we feared. But I have hope they will be allowed to use it with the ruling in the future. Jimbo down here saying, as I keep saying, appearing to preempt Judge Torres' decision would not be a good move. So again, we got to keep the judge happy. We do not want XRP to be released prematurely. Crypto Pete down here saying, I agree. Why would Ripple spend $100 million fighting the SEC? If they weren't going to use XRP, they certainly didn't do it to make retail holders feel better. I agree with that. There's a long-term plan. Ignore the short-term FUD. So guys, I urge you, please ignore the short-term FUD because, for all intents and purposes, XRP is not really moving with the news anyway. I mean, to some.
All right. So glad to share that. You want to hear different perspectives. A lot of times, let's face it, I mean, we want to be raw for whatever particular project, right? We also have to, sometimes listen to some of the trending FUD. I hate to say that. So I'm glad that, there's a content creator like himself who's addressing the whole liquidity hub issue like he did. And if anything, it's I don't know. It's nice to hear different perspectives in regards to that. All right, so I'm gonna read a few more comments and let's see where we're at. All right, so let's go further down. Let's see where we're at. Wow, there's a lot of funky comments. Where we're at. John Francis. Hey Max, if you paint that that P yellow, it would represent the Pittsburgh Pirates. No, because you know what? That is not an old English P for the Pittsburgh Pirates. But I used to have actually just for the looks, not because I was a Pirates fan. I used back in, was it my sophomore or junior year of high school, I used to have a gray Pittsburgh Pirates hat with a black bill right here. And then with the yellow P those official like MLB hat. I really like the hat. It used to go well with some of my outfits back in my skinnier days. All right, so let's go further down. Somebody said anyone drinking Bud Light beer. To be honest, even before this whole thing, right, with you know, the woke cancel culture, what do you want to call it? I was never a fan of Bud Light. There's only a few light beers I like. So, for instance, I actually really do enjoy Coors Light. It has to be, of course, ice cold. Then again, what beer doesn't need to be ice cold? PBR is probably one of my favorites. I don't really drink a lot of beer, but when I do, those are the ones those are usually like my go-to ones. I like Stella Artois once in a while. There's some other ones. But if I'm going to like a pub, right? I actually prefer like a nice brown ale, stuff like that. Anyway, I'm more of an ale guy. All right. Crypto Smith says coworker was going to throw it away, so I took it. I don't normally buy it, but free beer is free beer. That's a good point. And how about this, Sean? It's a heck of a lot better than that skunk nonsense of Milwaukee's Best, right? Yeah. Watered down beer. Will XDC go to 2 digits in 2025? I think it will. I think it will, and then some. If we get regulatory clarity, especially by then, I think it's just, oh my gosh, all this stuff is it's definitely blast off. I'm not talking about all of it as in like even meme tokens. I'm just saying, especially when it comes to like the utility-driven ones. All right, Brian Howie says Liquidity Hub goons put XRP on after lawsuit. Yeah. Jill states, me, myself, and whatever. Yes. And whatever. All right. Steve the Canadian. Wow, Max, you are putting in the Saturday night work. That's for sure. Well, thank you, my friend. Hope all is well with you, Steve, and hope that, you guys are still obviously killing it with your live streams as well. Always appreciate you, man. Thank you, Steve. All right. I always like how you said, oh, hey. All right. I listen to Working Money channel every day. Oh, that's cool. Very cool. All right. So let's go ahead and highlight Sean's. So we covered this whole thing with Ripple. And let's take, let's get into this thing with Alliance Block. I know some people are like, oh my gosh, she's still going to go further. Yeah, I'm not done yet. I will complete my outline for the night. Laying down. So, Muff, did you hear what we were mentioning earlier? We were paging you. Hello. Is it Mr. Muff we're looking for? Lionel Richie. All right. I swear someday, man, we're going to have merch, and it's going to say that. I keep saying it, but it's going to happen someday. All right. So, let's go ahead and highlight Mr. Muff. And let's jump into the shout to Tokenizer. Did an excellent job in regards to this particular deep dive. All right, so this is a while ago, but it's a deep dive Alliance Block, the global financial bridge. I'm not going to read all this, right, because it's a lot. But I'm going to highlight this area right here. Simplify cross-border trade. And if anything, smash that like if you haven't done so already. I'm going to come back in the frame just for a bit. I'm going to blow it up just a little bit more. But yeah, this is a really excellent job that he's done with some of these deep dives. We showed you the one earlier in regards to Quant from Tokenizer. Let's jump into this particular one. All right, there we go. 150%. That should look pretty darn good. Yep, it does. Nice and big for you guys. So, we always talk about cross-border payments and, the ones that are tied into it and, the whole concept of ISO 222 and yada, yada, Ripple's XRP, XLM, you name it, right? Well, what about Alliance Block, Nexera? Does it have something there? You better believe it does. So look at this. Simplify cross-border trade. From trading with a different stock markets respective to physical jurisdictions to connecting with family halfway across the world, the bordered economy is slowly fading away as technological advances, are breaking down those walls. However, there are still many physical barriers within the financial industry discriminating against other wishing participants who may be within different jurisdictions. Such restrictions can consist of limited cross-border activity or a complete lack of access within certain markets. Hence why, Stellar stands out so much, right? It's all about, if we understand true decentralization, and I understand some people say, Stellar is a little bit centralized. But if you understand true decentralization, it's making it a level playing field, even for, not just first world countries, but third world countries, right? So it says such restrictions can consist of limited cross-border activity or a complete lack of access within certain markets. With compliance measures varying from country to country, it has resulted to firms within traditionally who do consistently financial with foreign clients in a compliant manner. Alliance Block aims to solve this issue through their 3-layered protocol. Listen to this. With their cross-border regulatory compliance layer, which is referred to as CBRCL. With varying rules across countries, regulations will be coded within smart contract logic and is then voted between compliance and legal bureau entities integrated. The smart contracts can be amended by authorities who reach authority consensus across the protocol to update with changing regulations. Let's take a pause in regards to bring ourselves back here, right? So obviously, with all this talk about regulatory clarity and you name it, my opinion, this deep dive, I hate to say it, again, shout out to Tokenizer. This is something kind of flew under the radar as far as some of our research, in my opinion. I've seen a lot of research when it comes to, Nexera and some other projects and so on, but you don't really see a lot of mention when it comes to this whole concept of cross-border regulatory compliance layer, right? Maybe a little bit, maybe some of you guys saw some of this, right? But I didn't see a whole lot about it. So I thought, you know what, it'd be nice to bring it to your attention. And again, Tokenizer probably does it better than anybody when it comes to these real true deep dives. I mean, he's been doing it for years. I went on his Medium, and he's literally got a whole thing that dates back like, oh man, probably like early, maybe late 2020 or early 2021, something like that. Anyway, so it says, with how dispersed capital has continued to be allocated around the world, there lies thousands of potential opportunity costs residing out of many participants' geographic reach. Market that includes the aggregate global economy. And then on top of that, look at this. We're always talking about compliancy. This has the whole breakdown about it. Compliant securities offering, right? Yeah, eat that, SEC. Look at this. One of the largest issues within crypto regulations has been due to the lines between what is defined as a security and what isn't. Literally, Gensler could probably take some notes on this one. Due to this lack of clarity, many crypto projects have taken the approach to abstain from public capital raises and relied primarily on private entities. Yeah. Ironically, while the cryptocurrency markets are facing clarity issues behind what may be a security, the idea of digitized securities to be traded within a blockchain has become a hot topic, with examples of synthetic equities or even security tokens. Within following compliance with regards to the inefficient, time-consuming procedure they must adhere to. From legal documents to due diligence checks to clientele, all the way to corporate actions and many other steps according to regulations, all require tremendous amounts of time and courage. Alliance Block, right? Ticker symbol is now Nexera, right? NXTRA, yeah, has built a system in which firms can offer tokenized securities and assets in a compliant manner while cutting out many of the inefficiencies within the current procedure through their own regulated procedure. And oh, by the way, do you know there's a recent partnership with Alliance Block and LeoX? And LeoX is part of, or I should say, is on Liechtenstein's exchange, LCX. Now, why would they want to do something like that? Again, reaffirming one specific thing, and that is the tokenization of securities and assets in a compliant manner. Liechtenstein Exchange is all about that. So that simply makes sense. They are an open finance solution. We know about some of this, so I'm not going to remind you guys about that. They have this fund distribution. We talked about some of this. I'm going to jump down further down to this. A lot of times, derivatives is not mentioned enough in crypto. So let's talk about this for just a brief minute. All right. So, for instance, I believe it's Algorand, right? My buddy was telling me a long time ago, I think it was early 2021, look into algo in regards to, derivatives, right? So, what about Alliance Block? So, it says, as firms are growing more eager to access the space, it doesn't appear regulators and policymakers are working at a sufficient pace to satisfy their needs. Alliance Block aims to solve this issue through complying to the regulations of RIA policymakers see, while still at identical products to the ones in decentralized finance, to institutions that are required to follow every rule through the usage of just that regulated digitized derivatives. Alliance Block will be converting any asset, digital or legacy, available on their platform into a digital derivative, meaning commodities like oil or corn can be traded as a fungible and bankable derivative through the platform, but also the creation of new creative indices and indexes that give clients variable exposure to crypto markets. Again, another perfect example of the tokenization of anything and everything. But I shouldn't state it like that. Ones that simply make sense. I'm going to read this part too. While this aspect of Alliance Block is still at work, is a work in progress, and at this point, a lot of this is coming to fruition, some innovative possibilities of digitized derivatives could be an index relating to big data. There's examples you saw earlier in regards to, traditional finance. This is where Alliance Block still really stands out compared to just any other crypto project, because of them being that bridge between traditional finance and decentralized finance. So it states, some of this is innovative possibilities for digitized derivatives, and they could be an index relating to big data, like I mentioned. You got to keep in mind this particular area down here, and that's where it says indexes such as the NASDAQ, while also allocating some exposure to majors in the crypto space and some risk aversion with some diversification into bonds and real estate. I actually skipped that part. Apologize. It says alongside with commodities or maybe a lower risk of derivatives. Yeah, such as those indexes. I apologize. I'm not a big fan on lending, but I understand the concept of it. Some people say, how can you not be a big fan of lending? You used to cover Clearpool all the time, and that is true. That's a different platform, the tokenization of DeFi lending. But this is a lot different. So he's got this whole breakdown and really nice, image when it comes to some of this. So, you guys have probably seen the video in regards to Alliance Block and being the bridge between DeFi and TradeFi, right? This kind of pounds that home a little bit more in this particular diagram / picture. And if anything, I think I might save that. That's a really good picture. I'm just going to say that real quick. And then as we get further into this, I want to jump down to not the product overview, but this whole thing about the data tunnel. Because let's face it, guys, when it comes to a lot of the projects that we've been covering recently, right? Whether it's Jasmine, Nixera, even though we don't really tag DEG all the time, we have been talking about DEG a lot recently. Energy Web Token. The key thing is what, guys? This is literally digital oil, right? That's what people are calling it. So this data tunnel for Alliance Block. To fully execute the mission, Alliance Block is envisioning the need for just that, oracles to extract real-world data and be essential. Alliance Block has built their data tunnel to operate as an oracle aggregator to use real-world and on-chain data through their partnerships with a plethora of other oracles such as Chainlink, API3, DIA, DeFi Terminal, obviously DIA, Ocean Protocol, Covalent, Acon, and even Parsec. Now, in regards to the data tunnel, let's talk about this just for a brief moment. Additionally, the data tunnel will allow and serve as a marketplace for participants in either traditional or decentralized finance to publish, monetize, and trade data. Now, let's take a moment to focus on this particular part. Monetize and trade data. Who else is also doing this? Jasmine is also doing this. What's the problem that we have here in the United States? We have a problem that the United States is not basically doing what? They're not realizing that we need to embrace crypto. They're not, the rest of the world is going to go to where these innovators are going and so on. So while there's certain problems here currently, right? You have, for instance, and I know this is Alliance block coverage, but the key common, I should say common denominator, God, teaching too much math, I don't like teaching math. The common thing here is the monetization of data. With Jasmine, you're going to be able to do that, or at least the Japanese citizens are going to be able to do that. And later on, apparently, other areas of Southeast Asia. Very, very cool stuff. But what about Alliance Block? Well, similar, but different, right? They're going to monetize and also trade data, like it says, without the technological background. Now, a little bit more in regards to data. Any data that becomes tokenized is a tradable asset will require, and this is where the utility, if you ever wondered, I don't know about ABLT, or it says ALBT. Technically, this is Nexera. Again, this is a deep dive from a while back. So I don't know truly about the the utility of Nexera, Max. I've always wanted you to do a deep dive. Okay, I listened to your DM. Thank you for some of those particular DMs. So here's your answer, and I'll reiterate it one more time. Any data that becomes tokenized as a tradable asset will require Nexera, right? NXRA as a payment mechanism, if you will, but can be paid in fiat, which will then be converted into Nexera for users to utilize their tokens on the platform. So all those people are wondering, like, I am aware of Nexera. I think it's a great project. You guys are calling it like, the younger cousin of Quant to a sense, but I still don't understand the utility behind it as far as the actual token. What's that about? There should be your answer to that question, and rightfully so, provided by the great tokenizer. I said that was going to be the last part in brief. I do got to get into a little bit more. We should look into this. So it says there will be a complementary feature to the data tunnel, and that is named the data quasar. The quasar will act as an API that can aggregate data from other chains, enriching the data to ensure all financial institutions that plug into quasar will receive consistent and accurate data through the tunnel. That's big because when you hear about Nexera being used as a platform for big institutional investors and so on, again, here's your particular answer. So we literally hit two birds with one stone here. We hit number one, understanding the data mechanism for Nexera, and we also covered the whole concept of big institutional money, like financial institutions and so on, that will plug into Quasar to receive consistent and accurate data through the specific tunnel. Now, of course, we covered the whole thing in regards to the DeFi terminal in the past. You're more than welcome to take a look into some of our deep dives in our video section in regards to that. But I will take a brief moment to recognize the Alliance Bridge, because that is a big thing. Alliance Bridge will be Alliance Block's solution, if you're not aware of this, to blockchain interoperability for decentralized finance applications across other chains to communicate and work with each other. This statement, if you're paying attention, you're not just doing a bunch of degen talk, is the main reason, in my humble opinion, of why Alliance Block is referred to as, quote unquote, Quant's younger cousin. Literally, it's worded that way. Currently, the Alliance Block or Alliance Bridge supports applications on Ethereum, Binance, Avalanche, Polygon, as the blockchain continues to look for other beneficial ones to build on. right? While enabling decentralized and secure swaps across chains, users can access other parts of decentralized finance in other ways that were previously impossible. Perfect example, the Nexera token will be required, again, listen to this, to pay the fee of one Nexera. Additionally, Alliance Block partnerships, for instance, with Hedera, will allow for the uses of the Hedera consensus service to create immutable and verified message logs, allowing for increased transparency and security of transactions through the bridge. Why is that so important? Understand this. The Hedera consensus service is a very unique, in fact, it's so unique, it's only one of a kind. Hashgraph consensus in itself is only one of a kind. It's not even a blockchain. Hashgraph is just that. It's Hashgraph. It's a gossip protocol. And of course, we've done more of a deep dive into that. And how about this? Shout out to Space Chick. She did a 5-minute long video. You can check her out on Space Chick _crypto on YouTube. She did a 5-minute long video that gives you everything you need to know about how that works. And then she even has a B-roll. Shout out to her. I don't want to get into this DEX part because we covered that as well in the past. Trustless KYC. And again, we covered that in the past, like this whole concept of, being compliant and all that stuff. They nail it 100%. But I do want to talk about this for a brief moment. And I know this is a real big deep dive into Nexera, but I think I felt as though it was the right timing to do this. And the reason why it's the right time to do this is because I feel as though that as Nexera is consistently just gradually going back up, more and more people are going to realize to give this maybe a second chance. Even investors that got out of Alliance Block, they didn't want to give Nexera a second chance. So how about this? We're always talking about cross-border payments and all this type of stuff. How about cross-border compliance, right? Because you do need to have a certain sense of compliancy. In fact, you probably have to have more sense of compliancy when it comes to, cross-border, the concept of the payments more than anything else there. Why? You're dealing with different type of jurisdictions. You're literally dealing with different type of governments, right? You have to have all your T's crossed and your I's dotted. So it says, as mentioned in their platform use cases, Alliance Block cross-border compliance layer will allow them to operate globally while still complying to various differentiating regulations set around the world. How so? Well, look what's mentioned here. Through the combination of a one-time KYC and their CBRCL, Alliance Block is given the free to operate as a global marketplace as compliance has been built into their protocol. Excuse me. Listen a little bit more in regards to this. With the varying regulations in regards to jurisdictions, asset managers operating on the Alliance Block platform have the option to choose which geolocations can access their products, right? Now, you might be wondering, well, why would you want to do that? Well, for the same reason why you don't want anything and everything to have access. Perfect example. Hence why Alliance Block got into trouble to begin with, right? They should have, at the time, been more picky about, what was it, Bonk DAO? You know what I mean? There was warning signs out there saying, do not have, ALBT on this particular platform. You live and learn, right? It says afterwards, the financial instrument will be available to those locations, in areas where the underlying complying asset is regulations. If we're always talking about regulations, which we are, and the path forward for that regulatory clarity, Alliance Block gets it. They get it 110%. Just like LCX gets it too, 110%. Both projects, the key takeaway is both projects really understand the whole concept of being compliant and meeting those needs and so on, especially LCX, especially with where they're positioned in Liechtenstein, right? That is a key location with their laws and so on for them to be able to do what they're doing. The more globally available an asset is, the more regulations it'll have to abide by. Alliance Block aims to simplify this problem as their CRBCL allows the process to be seamless. Think about that, seamless and efficient for both investors and asset providers alike through having regulations set and coded within the smart contracts of just that, their ecosystem. So understand that when it comes to Alliance Block, they are not just one utility. Like when Tokenizer was on the show, was the Tuesday before last Tuesday, right? Roughly almost 2 weeks ago. He gets it, and he's explained very thoroughly in this particular deep dive that there's so much more than just, for instance, like empowering NFTs to become digital passports, if you will, and things like that. There's so much more to it, and we just outlined some of that. Now, we have covered funders recently, and we talked about that in a particular other video. I'm not going to jump into that so much. But I like where it says this real quick on the overview. So it says, to wrap it up, we can see how Alliance Block has been built up with the integration of a wide array of other products. Ironically, many of these individual products will be seen as quality projects, such as the Data Tunnel, the Alliance Dex, which we didn't cover in this particular deep dive, but we have covered that before. And on top of that, Alliance Block didn't stop there. They have the vision to combine all these separate products and combine them into being the globally, listen to this, compliant financial market that is ready for the tokenization of assets and even securities within both the crypto and legacy markets. It's not dismissing the legacy markets and saying, to hell with them, we're not going to have any support for them. That is not the case at all. Hence why, for instance, with Quant, you have full interoperability when it comes to those legacy systems. It's literally shown that on the breakdown for Overledger. If you understand that, I think you will also come to the conclusion of why so many people have stated Alliance Block, aka Nexera, is Quant's younger cousin. That's a weird analogy, just like with Jasmy, are they the Bitcoin of Japan? Well, technically speaking, no. But it's the first of its kind for that particular country. You understand when it comes to the Satoshi white paper, there's no such thing. They don't do smart contracts, right? We get all that. But if you understand, especially Quant, with what they're doing with interoperability and so on, then you, if anything, this should have clicked for you with some of these analogies about this as an Alliance Block being the younger cousin of Quant. So I just want to state, I hope that this addresses some of the DMs I've been getting, which is a cool thing. I don't try to dismiss DMs and whatnot. Was a DM from ctnnetwork.net or on Twitter. I was glad to bring this to you guys. We'll continue to follow, obviously, Alliance Block. I know this is quite the deep dive for tonight, but we do some of these things, especially when it gets into the later hours. So smash that like if you haven't done this already. Do you still hold Alliance Block? And do you feel as though that it's still going to be all that and then some? Some people are saying, in the past, this was a good 100x project, but, since it jumped to Nexera, it's only a 10x. Some people feel as though it's still a 100x project. I feel as though it's still a 100x project. Some people even have higher than that. So did you back the truck up when it became Nexera and then it became Distress? Drop it in the comments. Let me know. There's the Alliance Block coverage for the day. And thank you for being here tonight with us for some of the extended deep dives for Crypto Talk Now. All right, let me jump back into the comments. And I realize, we're only down to 34 people, but it's okay. Let's jump back into who we have here. Mr. Muff says, I was off for a moment, been watching. Very cool. ELBT Classic. Oh, man. Crypto Smith is like, hi, Elon Muff. That's cool, man. Sup, blood? That's horrible. All right. Coochie Boys in the house. Tier 5 listing next week. Cool. Let's go. Yeah. All right, Coochie Boy says it's heating up for a top 5 listing next week. Road pool. I don't know about that. It's showing it go to 0 right now. What the hell? Milwaukee's best, dude. Seriously, I know it's disgusting. Think, you know, you said you used to be a part. I don't know if you're still here. It's 9:52. Oh god, I'm way behind the comms. So if you're still here, Sean, maybe you're not. I want to state this. Yeah, seriously. So you know, back in the day, right? It's like, you know, you used to be like the party guy. You know, think about it, man. There's always that one guy who was on a strict budget, right? He's got hardly any money. And what does he do? He loads up on a bunch of Milwaukee's best because he could get the most of that for the cheapest price. And God, it tastes like watered down. Ugh. It's total garbage. Disgusting. It literally tastes like I should have mentioned Bud Light, but you know, like you take a can of Bud Light and then like somebody poured like 90% of it in a I don't know, in the glass or whatever, right? And then you just topped it off with water and then like stirred it around a bit and then somehow carbonized it. That's just the way I look at it. It's the most watered down nastiness there is. Anyway, Dingy says, how long is this streaming for? It was almost as long as my work shift. We do go pretty long here, man. I know some people like it, some people complain about it. It just, if anything, it also helps me when it comes to making videos. Some people wonder, like, how does Max put out so much content? Well, sometimes that's how I do it, but other times I'll do like just a separate thing that's not even on the show, on the live, and it'll be other separate deep dives. I don't know, man. I'm a crazy deep diver / crypto talker, I guess. I don't care. Clearly, as you can see, I like talking about crypto, and it's also the teacher side of me. I'm a real life educator. I do teach in real life, and I also love, I guess, talking about cryptocurrency and explaining things and so on. I didn't ask for this title, but like Coochie Boy and some other people mentioned this last summer, they call me Max the crypto professor. But I don't let that go to my head. Anyway, thank you though. All right, Coochie Boy says trying to crack the wall at 4. All right. Yeah, 4 hours. My God. Make them take them says baby Doge coasting along under the radar, organically moving forward, very bullish. Agree. Big Wash, we all have those cheap alcohol solutions when we were young. Yep, that was true. That was very, very true, wasn't it? Coochie Boy says, I like that they decided not to list on any exchanges until the bear market was thawing out. They decided to build on their metaverse and swap instead. Schaefer's, anybody remember that mess? Don't think so. Make them take them. The baby Doge devs are unique. They are a combination of marketers and developers. Oh, that's cool. I know it's pointed towards make them take them, but that's useful info. All right. Delete 4 zeros. It's a wrap, bro. Nice. Crypto Smith's like, the hell with this string. Heading to bed. CTN family, have a great night. See you on Utility Talk now. Yeah, man. Looking forward to having you back, and we'll see how your new camera works out, right? Maybe we'll reference Fat Bass. You'll be like, yeah, that's sexy. I'm crap. Anyway, I'm kidding. Later, Iceberg Smith. Come on, Cooch. We delete 4 zeros. Tell 2-Bit I'll meet him in Aruba. Jamaica, come on, wanna take it. Remember that darn? It wasn't the last hit of the Beach Boys. Was 1989's Kokomo. Man, that song. I hate to say it, that song was so annoying. I like the Beach Boys, but I do not like that song. That song was played. Oh my God! Every single time we go to music class, and I think music class was, I think back in those days was every day of the week. So my teacher, Mrs. Barron, she would always play that freaking Kokomo song. Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama, to Key Largo, Montego, baby, why don't we go down to something, and it goes down to Kokomo, play something, take it slow. That's where I want to go, down to Kokomo. I just was not a fan, but it was such an annoying song, got stuck in your head. Anyway, I've been in since 40,000 holders. Interesting. That's a long time, Coochie Boy. Right on, man. Dingy says, well, to hell with this. I'm going to sleep. Good night and all. That's all right. Take care, man. Glad to have you here. Magic Power says, Jasmine, the Bitcoin Japan, not stating here. Or hold on, not stating here it is Bitcoin, is the first regulated crypto in Japan and will have first mover advantage when more crypto projects are regulated in Japan. All right, good statement. Magic Power, thank you for still being here. Nelly there says, yes, Max, I'm totally on board with next era. 15 plus this way. Very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, I wouldn't complain about 15 plus either. Yeah, thank you, Magic Power. You're awesome, man. You guys are all awesome. I'm humble that we still have people watching. Obviously you guys don't have to do that, but you choose to out of your own free will, and pretty cool stuff. Some people even pass out on their couch and they wake up there later and they're like, oh my God, you're still going or whatever. I don't know. That's not the point. But it does kind of help me with my own recorded videos. So teaches on. All right. So I think there might be a little bit more. There is, but wait, there's more. All right, let's jump into this. All right, so believe it or not, there is a not Alliance block. There's an LCX update. My God, LCX? Are you kidding me? Are you serious, Max? LCX at 4 hours and 4 minutes into the show? Yes, there is some LCX for you, and it was released today. So smash that like if you haven't done so already. This is the LCX news you're looking for. Lionel Richie. And with that said, let's do it the proper way. Here we go. Here we not go. Hold on a second. My bad. I should have that primed and ready to go. Dang it. There we go. Video file. And is it in this section? Hold on. Yes, it is. All right, let's do it one more. Let's take another take, right? One more take. I got it right now. All right, this time I'm ready. Here we go. Hello, everybody. This is Max reporting some breaking news from LCX, the Liechtenstein Exchange. Let's jump right into that. So, as we can see right here, you have straight from LCX.com posted earlier today, future prospects of creator royalties in NFT marketplaces. Listen to this. It states specifically, as I come back into the frame and blow this up just a tad bit more. It says specifically speaking, let me just pull this up, excuse me. There we go. With the ever increasing popularity of NFTs, you will have unique digital assets with varying prices from a couple of dollars to several $1 million can be bought and traded on numerous platforms. Now, it states the fact that NFT revenues, listen to this, reached $2 million in March of 2023. Yeah, not the whole year, but just for March. That's not too bad. Demonstrates its immense growth potential. Yet, as the market for non-fungible tokens continues to expand, problems about the allocation of royalties to the NFT artists of these digital assets are being raised. And that is something that, let's face it, needed to be addressed a long time ago. So LCX is addressing it. Some NFT marketplaces offer automated royalty payments to creators whenever their NFT is sold, whilst others do not. This basically raises questions over the sustainability of the NFT ecosystem. Now, how NFT markets edge creators? Well, NFT markets offer several important advantages. As we know, for creators, the potential to earn recurring royalties on their work is one of the most substantial advantages. And that is definitely going to be a thing that's going to continue to be addressed as we move forward. So how about this? We know that Liechtenstein Exchange has that partnership with Quant. Quant provides that secure smart contract through QRC 721. We did a deep dive in regards to that. Again, check it out in the recorded videos section. But what about the whole thing of, the substantial advantages for the creators, the royalties, et cetera, et cetera? Well, look what it says. This guarantees creators receive fair payment for what they do and offers them a regular income stream. Again, remember how we're talking about with data when it comes to Jasmine, Nexera, you name it, right? Monetizing data, but bringing it back to the owner of just that, the data, right? Whether it's with personal data lockers, you name it. Here's another particular example of monetizing, not just data, but for instance, making sure that creators receive just that, their fair share. This whole concept of just, sign up for this social media platform. It's free. It don't cost you anything. The heck, it didn't cost you anything. It costed you your data. And who's the ones that really made the money off of that? Facebook, worth billions. Google, worth billions. Amazon Web Services, worth billions. Get the trend? I think you do. So it states, this is especially useful for individual creators that might not have exposure to conventional revenue streams such as marketing or sponsorship. NFT marketplaces also enable creators to monetize their work without having to rely on traditional gatekeepers such as galleries or record labels. Think about this for a second. This is mainly why I am into a project called Audio, aka Audius, right? Takes out the middleman and basically tokenizes independent artists, whether they're singers, whether they don't have to necessarily be part of a band or a musician and so on, right? But the key thing is taking out that middleman, the tokenization of musical artists, right? In this case, the tokenization of taking out, gatekeepers and record labels. So it says this might be an effective instrument for creators who wish to retain ownership over their work and income. Last, it can contribute to the development of more equal system for creators. It can be challenging for new artists to make a living in traditional art places or marketplaces. NFT marketplaces enable these creators to monetize their work and earn a proportionate share of the earnings. If you are into LCX, you already know some of these particular things. The tokenization of physical assets on blockchain, right? With distributed ledger technology. That's the key thing. Whether it's diamonds with diamonds or some of these other particular examples. Here's an update. So in regards to the future creator royalties in NFT marketplaces, this can really, really help leapfrog LCX to some of the goals that we're looking for. A lot of people feel as though, LCX is a, blockchain bank, but it's a lot more to it than just some of those particular statements. Like that in itself is bullish, but what about the sustainability in regards to LCX and some of these other things that got going on? So if you have followed crypto since, was it late 2020 or 2021, even into early 2022, NFTs really went rampant and really, really took off big time, right? Well, what about the LCX connection to that? That's what one of the key highlights of this particular news update we have for you. The sustainability of NFT marketplaces is closely associated with the future of creative royalties. As NFTs continue to gain popularity and more creators seek to commercialize their work through these digital assets, the significance of compensating creators fairly will only grow. As a result, they must continue to improve in order to provide creators with a fair and equitable framework. Yeah. Otherwise, if you can't incentivize them, they will not even bother with your platform. The creation of new royalty systems is a potential future for NFT marketplaces, despite the fact that many NFT marketplaces feature built-in royalty mechanisms, and they do. There is a potential for development. For instance, many artists may opt in for an arrangement that permits them to choose their own royalties or alter their rates over time. But the key thing is they get to choose. It's not a centralized authority that gets to choose. Hence why a lot of people are jumping ship from even this platform that I'm on, YouTube. Why? Because Google, too much of a centralized authority. You know, you guys, for instance, drop me super chats, and while we really appreciate that, Google, right, or YouTube, right, which is owned by Google, takes roughly, I think, 35% of that. Right. So then on top of that, we have Uncle Sam is going to, especially with me, technically speaking, as a taxpayer, I mean, on paper, still considered single. Right. So that's another 33%. So, geez, I mean, how much am I really left with? Not that much. But if you're able to incentivize through blockchain projects or NFT marketplaces like what LCX is talking about here, that is a win-win, because more and more people will figure out maybe LCX is the platform to go to. This is big news. So it says, in addition, there may be chances for markets to offer tiered royalty systems in which producers earn a greater proportion of successful purchases as the value of their NFT increases. Now, we understand the creation of more specialized platforms, yada, yada, right? And it states, with the new royalty systems and specialized platforms, NFT marketplaces may also begin to investigate new revenue streams. However, in exchange for a monthly charge, certain markets may provide subscription-based models in which purchasers can access relevant content or cut the cost of NFT purchases. This might provide creators with a more reliable source of revenue, inspire more consumers to invest in NFTs. At the end of the day, content creators, whether it's like myself or people are, artists with NFTs, understand this. There's a difference between, just making NFTs and also being an artist who you might have a physical art, right? And you just want to tokenize that art. Well, you don't want to get slapped with a bunch of middleman fees. Could LCX's platform with this new thing going on be the answer to that? Well, let's jump more back into this. In conclusion, the future of NFT marketplaces in terms of creator royalties will ultimately depend on the number of variables, including market demand, technological improvements, and legislative changes. Yeah, no kidding. Yet one thing is certain: as the NFT market continues to expand and evolve, it will be crucial for marketplaces to provide artists with a fair and equitable structure. By doing so, they ensure that the benefits of NFTs are shared by all parties, including artists, buyers, and even that platforms. Now look at this: NFT marketplaces and creator royalties from LCX. That's one of the key things. And I think, if anything, they're going to introduce this probably a little bit more sooner than people think. But it's been hinted that they're going to probably get this going on maybe by the end of the year. And one of the main key takeaways I want from you guys is, this is not an official announcement, but that whole thing with Quant, with the QRC 721, if you've been connecting the dots, this could be really, really big for Liechtenstein Exchange, because they can have the premier NFT marketplace to incentivize market participants to come over to their platform, use the marketplace compared to, let's face it, there's tons of other NFT marketplaces. But if LCX, just kind of like Shiba Inu, has really been catching a lot of attention. Well, they have it for the longest time as being like, it's not that we don't recognize there's many metaverses, but there will be one that really stands out. So back to LCX. Will their platform, through interoperability and especially secure smart contracts with Quant's QRC 721 standard, right, will they have the platform to be the go-to for NFT marketplace? All the talk, all the talk about, becoming a blockchain bank, all that, that's all great. But just like what we mentioned earlier with Nixera, it's not the only utility layer, right? This, in my opinion, is a hint of what's coming here in the future for LCX. And again, that's one of the main reasons why I want to share it with you guys. So I know there's not maybe a lot of people right now, but if anything, you could definitely watch on the recording. So let's jump back in the comments for just a brief bit. I think I have just a tad bit left for you guys, and let's get into it. All right. Let's see where we're at. Okay, already read all that. Let's go further down. All right, let's see where we're at. I think I'm close to where I know where I'm at now. All right, here we go. Nelly there. Myself and the family are eating in the city of Cebu. Oh, very cool. My mom used to talk about visiting Cebu, and she had family that was there. My mom is from Misamis Oriental. She also grew up in Cagayan de Oro City in Mindanao. Her native tongue is Cebuano, aka Visaya. All right. But yeah, glad to shout out to you guys in the Philippines. Very cool stuff. Big Watch Dude says that song was an earthworm or excuse me, earworm. My bad. It's like falling to sleep during a golf event. Hey, or there's Ryan. He says hello. He's late. Fat juicers unite. Well, Ryan, my fat juice is long gone. There's nothing in this now, my friend. Nothing. But good to see you, Mr. Ryan. Glad to have you here. Here's a virtual dab to you, Mr. Ryan. And let's go further down. And let's see where we're at. All right. I think we might have covered almost everything. Let's see if we did. And if anything, let's see if you guys tagged me on Twitter. Because, if I missed some of those, I apologize. It was on purpose. Let's see where we're at. Let's see here. I was tagged. I was tagged by Elon Musk. All right, let me review this before I just share it, because when it gets too late, Mr. Muff might have some tricks up his sleeve. So let me review this real quick. All right, we can show this. This is fun. This comes from the one, the only, Mr. Elon Musk. What a name, right? Let's go ahead and share this. All right. And let's go ahead and play this. Here we go.
For insider trade, or more accurately, her husband makes a lot of amazing predictions as to what the stock market is going to do. So somebody with insider information pretty much has just blown the whistle that the stock market is going to crash very soon. Last night I was talking to somebody that gets a lot of their product for their business from overseas, and they usually buy it in bulk, but they're not allowed to buy it in bulk anymore because in the last week, the American dollar has lost so much value on the international market. So for every dollar that you have in your pocket on the world stage, you've got 80 cents. So before that drops to zero, you might want to go grocery shopping, get gas, and probably a helmet, because shit's going to get crazy.
Jeez, that's, oh man. That's
is for insider trade.
All right. All right, so let me see what else you guys got tagged here. I'm going to go ahead and retweet that. And let's see what else we got. Do we have anything else? That's 2 hours ago. All right, let's go ahead and share this as well. Shout out to Mr. Muff. What a name, Mr. Muff. All right, let's get into it. This is from the one, the only Crypto McDizzle, aka Crypto Mike, aka Mike Cornwell, aka Elon Muff. Here we go. Let's go ahead and share this. And smash that like if you haven't done so already. All right, here we go.
$1 billion. However, now it's clear that Twitter is just the first piece in building the American version of WeChat. In China, WeChat has over 1.3 monthly active users, and although Instagram has the equivalent amount, the main appeal of WeChat is that it serves as an everything app. Besides photo sharing, it also has features similar to FaceTime, WhatsApp, Uber, Grubhub, Tinder, Venmo, and even more. The next move for Musk seems to be integrating a payment system after he said that the vision for X is to become the biggest financial institution in the world. If you've been following Elon over the years, you'll realize that the name is a throwback to when his company X.com merged with PayPal back in 2000. Despite the back and forth with the company over the years, Musk still owns the domain and can finally put it to good use. Follow at investments for $1 billion. However, now it's clear that Twitter is just the first piece in building the American version of WeChat. In China, WeChat.
Okay, let's see what else Mr. Muff has us tagged on. And that's interesting. He's always got really good, interesting things to share. I'm gonna like that and retweet it. Let's go further down. Oh, here's a nice comment. Might as well share this with you guys. So I was on Space Chick Crypto earlier today, and this person says, let's see here. It's a Space Chick official, Space Chick cabin with at DPG Maximus. I was on her show at 10 a.m. my time Pacific this morning, 1 p.m. Eastern, noon Central, whatever. But basically, this person's named Diana. She says, your shows were fantastic. I truly believe everyone there, over 1,000 watching, learned a ton. Thank you. I mean, I think that was a glitch, to be honest. But there was one point where there was really a lot of people there. You could really tell, like, it was just like as the saying goes, a voltage stream. It was very, very cool. I mean, she must have got like, oh my gosh, Space Chick must have got like over $300 in super chats. It was pretty crazy. But yeah, I was more than glad to be able to share like info about Quant. I think I was talking a little bit about, for instance, yeah, it was mainly like Quant and HBAR. But it was very, very cool to be able to do that. But anyway, let's jump back to what Mr. Muff might have. And let's see here. The likes of Mr. Muff. All right. Let's see what else we got. Thank you to Henry Brown, who retweeted me. Hugo Boss. I'll give him a follow back. All right. Let's see what else we got. Is there anything else from the Muff? I don't think so. I do not think so. All right. So with that said, I think that's just about it. I guess it is. So you know what, guys? It's been a great show. We went close to 4.5 hours. So if you haven't done so already, smash that like on your way out. Check out ctnnetwork.net. If you have anything you want to post, instead of just send me a DM, just post it on the forum, But you can always, of course, send me DMs. Those are fine too. And make sure you give a follow to the Crypto Smith. But if anything, we'll see you back here at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific tomorrow. Just giving you a heads up. If you're hoping that tomorrow's going to be WrestleMania, it will not be WrestleMania. The show will probably only be 1 hour flat. So, Crypto Mike, I know you love to tag me, and I appreciate that, but you might want to say those tweets for like maybe the next particular day. I'll try to find one hot, juicy topic to get into to make it interesting. But tomorrow's show will be 1 hour flat due to the NBA playoffs. Yes, I'm an NBA fan, and the Suns are going to be playing game one. They're ranked 4th, and they're going to be playing game one against the number 5th seed Los Angeles Clippers. Clippers got a decent team. You got basically Kawhi Leonard. You got Paul George. Even Westbrook is doing a heck of a lot better for them than he ever did with the Lakers. So the key thing is I think it's going to be a great matchup, and I definitely would like to see a good portion of the game. Obviously, I'm not gonna be able to see the whole game, right? So I want to keep the streak going with what we got going here, because our 1 year of lives is coming up here soon on Tuesday. Tuesday should be a big day for us. Let me double check if it is Tuesday. Yeah, it's going to be on Tuesday. So if you really appreciate Crypto Talk Now, if you want to help out when we have our Tuesday stream info, please retweet it, share it on social media and so on. Our goal is to get over 100 viewers and 100 likes. So concurrent people watching it, at the same time, and over 100 likes, and just try to share it, even if you're a person that uses like old school Facebook or anything like that, right? Doesn't necessarily have to be Twitter. Maybe you just send a text to your friend, whatever the case be. Try to share it on Tuesday. That's a big day for us. That'll mark 1 straight year of live streams every single day of the week. Do you know anybody else that does that? I don't know. Maybe there's some, but I don't know if they've done it for 1 year straight. So it's been a nice stream, and basically by the time this ends, it'll be about 4.5 hours. I'm gonna read just a couple more comments and thank again everybody that's saying goodnight, like Brittany. Always appreciate you, Brittany. You as well, Mr. Edward Vincent of Top Shelf Crypto. He says, "You did it, Rick and Bobby." And yep, have a good night as well, Coochie Boy. And Mr. Elon Muff says, "Max works harder than anyone. I don't care what anyone says." Thanks, man. Coming from you, I really appreciate that. I really do appreciate it. I do try, and I think at the end of the day, man, we're going to be in my opinion, in so much a better financial situation than the average person out there. Usually content creators just to protect our back, we got to say, about financial advice. But in reality, man, sometimes I'm almost tempted not to even say it. It's like, you know what? I stand by it, but like some of this stuff, it's just like, you guys are into some of this as well, just as much as the next guy. So as the saying goes, know what you have, know what you hold, and know why you hold it, because you did the research. So it's been a great show. Thank you again, Magic Power. Make them take them. It was so great to see you again, man. I don't know why I didn't see you for the longest time. So I hope it wasn't something I said in the past that turned you sour or whatever. But it's really cool seeing you again, man. Always appreciate all the old familiar faces. So I am going to catch some late night chow. I think I have some leftover Chinese food. Actually, it's not even leftover. It's like brand new. It's just sitting in the box in the refrigerator. So I'm looking forward to that. So anyway, great show. We'll see you on the next one, guys. Again, only 1 hour, but I'll try to find something juicy, and it's just going to be focused on one particular thing. I don't know. It could be XRP, XDC, you name it. So we'll find some good stuff, but we'll see you tomorrow, guys. And thank you, Elon Muff, who says it's been a good show. Bro, I've been here, but on TV. Oh, very cool. All right, guys. Sayonara. All right. We'll see you on the next one. We'll play the outro. Have a great night.
Singing this song, I see I was wrong. To chain you down, I was the clown. I'm singing this song, I see I was wrong.